Court is in session. Case number 12 CF 1083A, State versus George Zimmerman. Can counsel please approach?
just say that the process we just talked about is fine, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Anything from the state regarding that?
That's correct, Your Honor, we agree.
Okay, great.
They will carry whatever normal admonition as they leave. Okay.
Are we ready to bring in the next potential juror?
We are. Were you going to make inquiry at this point or later on?
I could do that. Mr. Zimmerman, if you'll please stand up for just one moment, sir. There's been more agreements with the attorneys as to jurors that will be dismissed or jurors that will be coming back on another day. Did you have an opportunity to discuss with your lawyers the list of those jurors and what category they fall into?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and do you agree with the decisions made by your lawyers?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, no objections to what we have decided?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, please, you can be seated. Let's bring in our next juror. Please be seated. Good afternoon. From now on, well, you have been called and you're going to continue to be called Juror K80. And the attorneys are going to have an opportunity to ask you questions about the juror questionnaire that you filled out on Monday morning. Okay, Mr. De La Ronda, you may begin.
Please, the court. Good afternoon, ma'am. And again, as the court indicated, we're going to refer to you as K80.
Yes, sir.
I had an opportunity to review your questionnaire that you filled out, and so I want to cover some stuff that you filled out here. You said your information was via the news and newspaper. TV, I gather, in the newspaper?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was it local news or national news?
Probably a little bit of both.
Okay. Do you recall the local news? What TV station?
We normally watch 6.
Okay. And how about the national news?
I think it's 6 as well. I don't remember.
And the newspapers? I think you put newspapers plural. Is that?
Well, we get the Orlando Sentinel.
Okay. And you've got in here that Mr. Zimmerman shot Trayvon in a scuffle. The trial begins this week.
Yes.
Okay. If you could, tell me a little bit more about what you read in the newspaper and what you saw on TV in terms of facts that you remember at this time.
I would say that's probably the only fact that is given. Our media can tend to put a little spin on things, so I have children in the house, so I try not to watch the news when it has anything negative or anything that could be disheartening to them.
Okay. Do you remember either on TV or in the newspaper observing or any photographs at all?
Yes.
Regarding the case, do you remember what the photographs were of?
Usually pictures of Trayvon, both with the hood, some of him smiling, probably as a younger man.
Okay. And any of Mr. Zimmerman?
Yes, I do remember one of Mr. Zimmerman, I think, entering the court, or the jail, maybe. It's been a while.
Sure. Do you recall any reviewing any kind of recordings, if there were any, the case that you?
Recording?
Yeah, any
No.
kind of recording at all? Okay.
No.
How about trial proceedings themselves? Did you observe any of them? When I say observe, I know you weren't here physically present, but I'm talking about watching it on TV or even a recap of it or reading about it in the newspaper.
No, last week, and then I would say honestly, probably Monday morning, reading a little bit of the newspaper before coming here was certainly my biggest fear, of course, would be sequestering, because of course I do have a family and a job, but other than that, it was just that the jury selection may take 1 to 3 weeks, in a trial possibly a couple months.
Sure. Okay. Did you first learn about the case from the media at the very beginning, and when I'm saying back in February of 2012?
Yes, sir,
Okay.
because
Did
of
you
all the
keep-
protests, et cetera,
Sure.
yes.
Okay. And did you keep up with it as it's going along?
No, I wouldn't say I kept up with it. Certainly, it's very disheartening anytime anyone is certainly dies, et cetera, but yeah, I try to kind of distance myself from it. I'm the type of person that I don't like to hear a lot of negative.
Sure. Okay. I guess my question is, sometimes we see something on TV or we read about it in the newspaper, and then whenever it comes up in the paper again, we just kind of glance at it. Some people, kind of follow the case along at all stages and become more, I don't want to say addicted, but they're really focusing on the case.
No, that is definitely not myself.
So you weren't like...
Very similar to the Casey Anthony, it got very tiring
Right.
of the constant.
Sure. So would you just glance at it if it came up on TV but not focus on it, or?
I would say for the most part, I do try to keep up with certainly current events, et cetera, but I also try to, once again, kind of distance myself. I mean, it's...
In terms of you mentioned, I think, media spin. What do you mean by that?
I think, unfortunately, the media has a way of spinning a very negative, gruesome. I think quite often death, sex, anything horrid sells, unfortunately, and I think that's where most people tend to listen.
Sure.
So as far as the facts, I don't know if there's really any out there other than, unfortunately, Trayvon lost his life.
Okay. Sure.
That's about it, really.
Okay.
I mean,
Did you feel, aside from your word spin, did you feel there were bias one way or the other, biased either against Mr. Zimmerman or against Trayvon Martin? Or did you feel they were kind of the middle of the road?
well, I guess I'd have to say really more middle of the road at this point.
Okay. How about, in addition to the news itself, hard news, did you watch or review, in terms of reading, any commentary about the case? Sometimes there's opinion that's kind of interjected sometimes. Did you review any or listen to any kind of commentary by lawyers or other people?
No.
Okay. How about anybody involved in the case in terms of making comments? Okay, attorneys or other people that are associated in some way with the case? You recall any of that?
No, the only, I guess really part of the case that I followed was whether how much the jury would be involved, would the names be released, et cetera.
You mentioned protests. What do you recall about that?
A lot of marches, a lot of upset vendors down in downtown Sanford. I remember certainly emotions getting very heightened, making everybody a little nervous.
Sure. And how did you feel about that?
It was very disturbing.
Okay. Would that in any way sway you in this case, one way or the other, the fact that there were protests?
Protests? No.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think this country was built on the ideas of everybody's allowed to have an opinion. I don't think there's anything wrong with that as long as the protests are done without a violent nature. I think that's fine.
And as best as you can recall in terms of what you read or saw on TV, they were nonviolent, they were just...
I don't remember any violence,
Okay.
no.
So you believe in the right of free speech, First Amendment?
I do believe in free speech, but I also, with this case, especially it being so nationally televised, being a potential juror, it does make me very nervous having my name out there for all the world to see.
And you understand that your name is being kept on purpose, not just you, all the jurors, their names are being kept anonymous?
For now.
I believe that may be forever, well, that's to be determined. But
Okay.
I'll let the judge decide that, but I believe the instruction she said is, and obviously I'm not going to speak for the court, the judge is right in front of me, but this is supposed to be sealed. Now, if you want to go on and speak to somebody, that's your choice, but what else do you remember about the case that comes to mind? I would ask you, tell me about what you know about the case.
Mr. Zimmerman is was an HOA captain, maybe.
Okay.
I still don't know how the scuffle started or anything like that, but certainly I'm sure that that will come out later.
Okay.
I just remember seeing the pictures of Trayvon, and he was always younger.
Okay.
And I remember thinking, why aren't there more recent pictures? But
Okay. You used the word scuffle. Is that what the media use, or is that your take or your own word to describe what you recall being said about what happened?
that's actually a good question. I don't know. I'm just
Okay.
using that word.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to look at this case online, either research it or just using Facebook or all those other social media outlets?
No.
You don't partake in that at all? Or?
I do have a Facebook account. I don't use it. I probably log in maybe once every couple months.
Okay.
If it wasn't for a child getting ready to become of the teenage years, I would have gotten rid of it.
Okay. Gotcha. How about comments from other people in the community? Either let's talk about family right now and then friends. Did you have any discussions with friends about what you had seen on TV, or did they give you any information about their take about what they saw, opinions and stuff?
I think everybody has an opinion,
Sure.
certainly. As far as the discussions on it, I don't remember ever discussing if somebody was certainly guilty or not. Mr. Zimmerman has certainly confessed to shooting Trayvon. It's more of really weeding out the facts now. But I think really when this all happened, the biggest discussion was about Sanford and certainly
Okay.
the protests, et cetera.
How about with, and you may have answered this already, how about just friends in terms of discussions about the case? The same thing?
Recently, no.
Yeah. I mean, how about at the time it happened?
I truly don't remember. I don't remember having a specific discussion about it.
One of the questions you were asked was, have you formed an opinion as to the defendant's guilt or innocence? And you stated there was an option of either yes or no, and you checked no. And there's something written in parentheses, and if I read it correctly here, it says, I don't think so.
Correct.
Can you expand on that a little bit? Can you tell me
Sure.
what you meant by that?
I believe the case, to a certain degree, has had some very racial undertones to it, and that is very disturbing to me. I would like to think that we're living in an era that hopefully we can get past all of that, and for the most part, people can look at people for who they are and their character. So that aspect of it does bother me.
Okay. Did that in any way factor in your decision to put no and then I don't think so, in terms of, are you unsure about whether you can be fair or render an opinion as to guilt or innocence in terms of whether you formulated one or not?
Yes, because we're all human. We all make assumptions. And certainly,
Right.
I think a great tragedy has certainly occurred anytime someone is killed in any manner of form. As a mother, I certainly sympathize with Trayvon's family. I couldn't imagine. I don't want to imagine. But also, as trying to be an unbiased opinion, it certainly wasn't planned, I don't think, by any stretch of the imagination. So I think that's where it gets very fuzzy, I guess is a better way of putting it.
So I'm trying to pin you down because you put on there no, and I mean, I don't know of another way to ask you, but other than flat out ask you, when you say you don't think so, did you mean because of the racial undertones, or did you mean you were unsure, you were kind of vacillating as to whether you had formed an opinion as to the guilt or innocence?
I would say more, I have not formed an opinion, but due to the racial undertones, it makes it very concerning.
Okay, let me follow up regarding the racial overtones. The racial overtones impacting you forming an opinion as to guilt or innocence in what way?
Of wanting to participate in this case.
You mean you're hesitant to participate because of the racial undertones?
Very
or?
much so. I think it can certainly affect safety.
Okay, so you're concerned about your safety as a juror if you were to
Yes,
render
and my
a
family.
verdict? Okay, and your family. And by that, do I mean if you rendered a verdict in one way or another, or?
Yes.
Okay, which way? Is it either way, either guilty or innocent or not guilty, or which way?
No, I would say more if we said not guilty.
Okay, so if you listened to the evidence and you determined based on the evidence that he was innocent or not guilty, you would be concerned that there be some
There would be
safety
repercussions.
concerns? Okay, and is that from a certain segment of the population or just people that have voiced that out there?
I think people who have voiced it out there, there's certainly enough crazy people
Sure.
that
Do you believe
make
that,
you nervous.
Sure. Do you believe that would not be the case if you found Mr. Zimmerman guilty? Do you think, you don't
I
think
don't
there's
think
people
there
out
would be as much of a backlash.
Okay. So the question becomes, if you're
But
sitting.
it does also, being someone who very much believes in our judicial system in this country, I could not send somebody away to prison for something that they do not completely deserve. On the other hand, if they did, then the verdict is the verdict. We all have to
Sure.
stand by it.
I guess my question is, could you sit and listen to the evidence, and if you determine that he was guilty, based on all the law that you'll be given, but mainly applying the evidence in the law and your common sense, could you render a verdict that speaks that he's guilty, knowing that there may be repercussions out there?
Yes.
Okay, how about the opposite? Could you find him not guilty if the evidence showed that he was not guilty? Would you be concerned about safety factors?
I would like to say yes, but I'm still concerned with the names of jurors being released.
If at this time we cannot resolve it other than what the court already told you, do you think you could sit as a juror? And my question is, would that be weighing in the back of your mind, I can't be fair because if you determine that the evidence shows he's not guilty, there may be some repercussions? In other words, what I'm trying to ask you, in fairness to the defendant and also to the state, can you just be fair to both sides? Or do you think you're biased one way or the other for whatever reason? I think you said because of repercussions, and so you can't be fair, either to the defendant or to the state.
No, I think I could be fair.
Okay. Have we discussed that enough where you feel comfortable in the answers you've given in terms of the racial because my concern is as a defense in terms of being fair to both sides. Do you think we've explored it enough, or is there anything else you want to say regarding that would enlighten both sides and the court in terms of making a decision in terms of whether you have formed an opinion, or more importantly, whether your opinion would be impacted in some way or has been impacted by your concerns?
No, I think we've covered it.
So you feel comfortable at this time finding him guilty or finding him innocent or not guilty? Either way, you can just rely on the evidence.
Yes.
Okay. The racial overtones that you believe, is that based on the exposure you've had in terms of the media commentary out there, or was there anything significant or that played a role in your determination that there's racial overtones?
Primarily the media, and I think my main concern became when I believe Certain religious leaders were invited into the courtroom, certainly to have a presence. I would think that anyone can read between the lines and feel that they're there as a presence, certainly as a peaceful presence.
Okay, so you would have seen that either on TV or read a newspaper article about the fact that
I believe it was in the newspaper.
religious leaders were going to be sitting in the audience during the trial?
Yes,
Okay, and you felt that that was done on purpose?
yes.
Okay, and that's to, I can't be speaking for you, you gotta tell me, I wanna make sure I follow your train of thought here. That was, why was it done in your opinion?
I think it was done as a representation to certain individuals to try to keep the peace.
And do you feel when you're sitting there as a juror that some way would sway you one way or the other? Would you be concerned about that? The fact that members of the church had to be brought into court because there was a potential out there for some, as you described, something to happen outside?
No, I don't think it would sway my opinion. It just, I think, really more confirm the thought process of, I hope this doesn't become
Okay.
more than it really should be.
All right. Now, in terms of when the opinion, make sure I cover this extensively, hopefully. Were you swaying? Were you feeling one way or the other, like he was guilty or he was innocent? Were you leaning one way or another?
No, that thought process had nothing to do with guilt or
Okay,
innocence.
okay.
No, sir.
So you had, the actual guilt or innocence has nothing to do with you being concerned, I guess, is what I'm trying to ask.
Correct. It's more for safety.
Okay. My point is, the people you mentioned at the protest, were they in favor of Mr. Zimmerman or in favor of Trayvon Martin?
Trayvon Martin.
Okay. Would you hold that against the state of Florida because people exercise their free speech
Oh, no,
rights?
sir. That's people representing their right to speak.
So when you go back there as a juror and you're thinking of the evidence and nothing comes out at all, it's in the trial about any protest or not, can you automatically remove that from your thought process and determination of guilt or innocence in this case?
Of course, protests have nothing to do with guilt or innocence.
So you can separate that completely. You won't hold it against the state of Florida,
No,
and you will not hold it, I'm assuming, against the defendant, Mr. Zimmerman, either.
no.
Okay. Because you stated that they were on behalf of Mr. Martin. So, by the way, did you go on any kind of websites or anything related to this case, either in favor of Mr. Zimmerman or in favor of Trayvon Martin?
No, sir.
Did you ever hear about him at all?
Hear of Mr. Zimmerman?
No, in terms of websites dedicated to this case, if there are any, did you hear about any of that stuff?
I
Read about
don't
it
know
in
of a
the paper?
website. I do. There was a setup for a defense fund. Maybe
Okay.
defense fund.
I'm assuming you did not contribute to that?
No, sir.
Or- Okay. Did you ever pull it up to see what it was about?
No, sir.
Okay. You got a summons 3-4 weeks ago, I'm assuming it's regarding that.
Yes, sir.
Did you then go and were doing your research on this case at all?
Did I? No.
Okay. Did anybody on your behalf?
No, I don't think it was on my behalf. My husband is very curious. He does
Sure.
certainly. Like he went on, I'm sure, CNN or something last night on the computer, so I went and read my daughter a book, so I didn't see it.
Okay. And I know you have followed the judge's admonitions. I'm talking about prior to coming to court Monday, when you got the summons and you become curious and go, oh, I wonder what's going on. Let me
Oh, no.
get caught up on the crimes that have occurred in terms of potential or civil cases.
No, sir.
Nothing like that. Okay. You also mentioned it as part of the questionnaire that in terms of whether you might have a conflict or whether the issue of serving for as long as we're estimating in terms of also possibly being sequestered would have an impact. And if I understand, you had a yes or no, and you said no, or you said possibly, I think. Did
Yes.
I get that right? And you said because you've got childcare issues that would be stressful.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit more about your thought process there, ma'am?
Yes, very much. My husband and I both work, and I certainly hate to say in front of people that if this could get out, I don't like anybody knowing.
No, let
my
me interrupt you a
schedules.
second if I could. You don't have to tell us where he works or where you work or anything like that.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
He leaves at a different time in the morning than I, so if I were not to be there, I don't know how I could get children to school, daycare, etc. I don't have family that lives in the area, so
And all
we
of
would
us
have to figure it out.
You're right, and all of us realize that jury duty takes a burden on people's lives in terms of either from family or work, etc. but you realize that it's part of our obligations as citizens to partake. The question is, how about the part of being sequestered, potentially? How would that impact, if any?
Well, it would impact a lot, my job. I'm sure they certainly wouldn't be happy to have me gone. And also childcare, making sure they're taken care of.
So I guess if you were, now that you maybe have a little bit more information, maybe you don't, would your still answer be possibly, or would it be yes, or would it be no now? In terms of whether this would be an insurmountable hardship on
It would be a hardship. It would be a lot to juggle.
you. Is there any way you could try to arrange for your kids, in terms of daycare, that kind of stuff? Or I don't know if you mentioned you had family or not. You do not?
I do not
Okay. Is there anything else you want to say about that topic while I'm asking you questions? And more importantly, to both sides and to the court, too.
I guess really it comes down to if I were to be chosen as a juror to represent all, we would do what we'd need to do to have my children covered.
Do you think you could get that covered, or?
I always find a way.
Okay. There's no right answer other than.
There's not, and I'm sorry, I wish I could be more matter of fact, but, I don't. I would figure it out. I always do.
Okay. I guess the concern is from both sides is you sitting there and being concerned about your kids, somebody taking care of them. Do you think you could resolve it where you would not be concerned? Because we don't want jurors either side that are going to be concerned about those issues and not focusing on the case, because the case may, once we pick a jury, it may go 2, may go 3 weeks, we don't know.
Right.
And the judge has not made a final determination about whether people will be sequestered or not, but if they are, that will happen. And we don't want people saying, oh, okay, now I can't, I cannot serve, and then it's too late, if that makes sense.
It does. The sequestering would certainly throw a big hitch, obviously, but I also think it's our civic duty to do what we need to do.
Anything else you can remember significant about the case that just comes to mind about when I asked you George Zimmerman or Trayvon Martin?
I wouldn't say it's anything necessarily has an impact on the case. I mean, there's small details that I do remember hearing in the media of, I don't believe Trayvon lived here. I think he was up maybe visiting family or staying with family.
Okay.
I don't believe Mr. Zimmerman was originally arrested immediately. I believe he walked into,
Okay.
turned him in. I mean, other than that,
Anything significant about those two facts?
no, I don't think so.
Okay. You picked as a juror, you listen to the evidence, the witness says, something, and then you remember something different just from memory because you listened to it, you remember something on TV. Which would you rely on? What you remember from the TV or what the witness said?
The witness.
The witness?
Yes.
You could completely take that out of your mind. Not that, it's still there, but you understand that that cannot play a role in the process.
What, the media?
Right.
Yes, absolutely. You usually get partial stories.
Okay. If I asked you already, did you keep up with any of the court proceedings at all?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Your question is, did you watch any of the proceedings in court in terms of arguments in front of the court, the judge, rulings by the court, or anything like that?
No.
Okay. May I have a moment? Regarding the racial undertones that you mentioned, did you feel one party or one side was more responsible for that than the other?
Yes.
And who did you think?
Trayvon.
Okay. Would it have any effects, or what are your thought process in terms of whether it would have an effect on you?
I don't think it has an effect on me. I think it's more of a concern of, I don't believe this case should be about anything racial. It was a terrible accident that occurred.
Okay. When you say accident, what do you mean by that?
Well, I'm going to use the word accident because I don't know what occurred. I just know that someone was killed.
So really the only fact you really know for sure is that a person's dead, was shot?
If you want to sum it up, yes.
Okay. And are the other things just, I guess, you used the word assumptions, right, on your part or on part of the media.
Mhm.
Would you agree with that?
Yes,
Do you think assumptions are a good thing?
depends on what we're talking about.
Okay. Do you think we can rely on that to make the ultimate decisions?
No,
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am.
thank you.
Thank you. Mark, you see, maybe your post bench.
Yes, you may. Juror K80, before Mr. West goes ahead and does his questioning of you, this is for your benefit and for the benefit of the future potential jurors, that the parties have, both sides have stipulated that they anticipate that this trial will last between 2 and 4 weeks. Based upon that approximate stipulation, I will be sequestering the jury. Mr. West, you can now inquire of K80. You're welcome.
Take one yourself if you'd like. No right or wrong answers. We're just trying to figure out where we stand on some of these things.
Yes, sir.
And we know this. We know that the best guess is that the trial will last 2 to 4 weeks. And we know that the jury will be sequestered.
Okay.
So let's sort of talk about that first. You have a sense of what that means and how it would affect your life, I take it?
A little.
Okay. In general, it would mean that after the jury selection process, once the jury has been identified and selected to try the case, then the jury would no longer live at home. They would be kept together with court security, not allowed to go outside the group except in special circumstances. Doesn't mean there can't be visitation with family and such, but it would mean that you would not be able to participate in day-to-day routine activities. Any questions about that in and of itself?
No.
You would be limited as to contact from the outside world, very limited on access to any kind of media, and entertainment would probably be provided through security as well, something monitored. Okay. I guess the good news is, instead of 4 to 6 weeks, we're talking probably 2 to 4. Does that make it a little more manageable for you?
That's much better.
Okay, all right. So, I don't know any more details than what you've already said about the situation at home, but it sounds like you would have to deal with some transportation issues and some periods of child care.
Yes.
Correct? Other than that, you would be able, though not necessarily wanting to be sequestered. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fair.
So we're really talking about whether you would be able to make necessary arrangements for child care and such. And I think my note was, even when we were talking about the longer time, was while it's a lot to juggle, you understand civic duty and you'd figure it out like you do other things that are a challenge.
Yes, sir.
Is that where you still stand?
Yes, sir.
All right. You also, and I'm saying you, although I know your name, I'm not allowed to speak it. So, and I would prefer not to just call you by the number. So, you did express some concerns about safety as a prospective juror.
Yes, sir.
As you know, today, your image is not available through the media, nor is any identifying information. And it's my understanding that that would remain in place throughout the trial. It's my understanding that after the trial, the jury would maintain that anonymity for a period of time. but that period of time has not yet been fully determined.
Okay.
During the entire time that you would be on the jury, you would, of course, have the full protection of anonymity and of security, court security. I don't know what arrangements have been made, if any, dealing with what happens after the verdict. And I don't want to speculate other than to just let you, there are some decisions to be made that haven't been finally made yet. So, and there's not much that we can offer on that except to pose it this way, knowing there will be at least some period of anonymity following the verdict. Whether it's weeks or months or forever, we don't know yet. My concern on behalf of George Zimmerman, as no doubt Mark O'Meara shares, and everyone, as well as over here on the prosecution side, is that the verdict that's rendered reflect the decision of each individual juror and the jury as a whole, based only on the law and the evidence, and that the verdict does not reflect in any way fear or concern or compromise that in some way is with regard to those other issues that we've been talking about. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you give us your assurance? And I know it's hard since there's some unknowns here, but could you give us your assurance that whatever your verdict is in this case, that it would be a verdict that's only based on the evidence and the law that pertains to this case and not for any other reason?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
If you'll remain seated, counsel, when you're ready, approach. Juror K80, if you'll follow the Deputy Jarvis.
Your Honor, K95.
Please be seated. Good afternoon. And from now, excuse me, you're going to be referred to as Juror K95, and the attorneys will have an opportunity to ask you questions about that questionnaire that you filled out on Monday morning. And Mr. De La Ronda is going to begin.
Good afternoon, Mayor.
Good afternoon, sir.
We've had an opportunity to read the questionnaire that you filled on Monday, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I had some questions as a result of that, focusing on the media aspect of it, and then whether you have any conflicts in terms of the period of time we're going to be deliberating, or the period of time that the trial will take. Let's talk about the media aspect first. You said that you got your information from media news. Was it TV and newspaper or internet? What was it?
Regarding the case.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, regarding the case.
When it first happened,
Right.
just from the news I saw it, but each channel had something different to say.
Okay. Do you recall which channels you looked at, or did you?
No,
Was it all local or was it national?
I don't know, sir.
Okay. And was your exposure in terms of knowledge of the case through the media at the beginning stages of this case, or throughout up till now?
Probably right at the beginning.
Okay.
I don't really watch the news very often or read the internet news.
Okay. So you don't partake in Facebook and all that other stuff?
I read on Facebook, but I don't post very often at all, no.
Okay. How about through Facebook? Did you come across any media little blurbs on regarding this case at all?
I don't believe so, I don't recall.
And you mentioned not the newspaper, correct?
Correct, I do not get the newspaper.
What do you recall about the case when you did view it on TV?
I recall that there was a shooting, and I recall that there was a lot of people coming into town and some rallies. I was at school, so there was a lot of congestion. I remember the traffic. But other than that, I really don't know a whole lot. I didn't really pay attention to what was going on, or I didn't get involved. I didn't get involved with any chats.
Sure. Is there any reason why you didn't pay attention other than you just don't?
Yeah, because I was doing Alzheimer's or Relay for Life, and I'm a full-time student, and I also participated at the school as a mentor for students.
Sure. You mentioned also in your commentary here that conflicting stories, one self-defense, other not self-defense. What did you mean by that?
Well, the stories, when it first came out, they were saying, one station would say one thing, one station would say another thing, so I just didn't pay any attention, so it was always conflicting, whatever was going on. For example, like with the Boston Marathon, I had a friend running in it, and all the news that was coming out was all saying different pieces. So that's why I don't watch the news, because...
So really you didn't gather much from the news in terms of firm opinion, in terms of one way or the other as to the guilt or innocence of Mr. Zimmerman?
No, I don't
At all?
know either way.
Okay. And that's why you put on your questionnaire here that you had not formed an opinion?
Correct.
Okay. You also said that there was a lot of miscommunication from media sources. Is that what you meant by conflicting stories?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
No,
Yeah,
I
I
apologize.
apologize.
This lady
Yes.
court reporter has to take everything down.
Okay, yes.
I know we're used to nodding our heads and meaning what we're saying yes or no. How about in terms of following up today, did you at all, when you got that summons, did you become curious as to what potentially you were going to be a juror in, what kind of trial?
No, sir, because I was a reschedule from last month, and I went out of town, so I got back into town Saturday night. Sunday, I unpacked and everything. I had no idea till I showed up here Monday.
So you didn't get an opportunity to look up the case or anything like that?
I had no idea.
Okay. Now, have you had discussions with either family or friends about the case?
Yes.
Okay, tell me, let's break that up. Talk about family first. What discussions have you had with the family?
Please don't talk to me, don't tell me what to do, and I can't discuss it.
Okay, and the way I asked the question,
Yeah.
let me talk about prior to getting the summons. In other words, prior to coming on Monday here, did you have discussions at the time back in February or March of last year or April, all throughout last year when you heard about the case, did you discuss the case with friends or family? You understand? Did you
I do believe so. I think my parents called from Ohio, and because they were concerned because it was close to me and asked me, and I may have said something about it happening.
Right.
But no, I did not have discussions and discuss it with anyone.
Right. What did you tell your family in terms about the case? How did you relay it to them?
I just said I saw on the news that a young gentleman got killed and that it was homeowners, because I used to be part of a homeowners association, so I was
that's why they brought it up, so.
Okay. Oh, I see. So your parents called in terms, because you used to be a member of a homeowners association?
Of our homeowners association.
Oh, you still are, or you were?
I am not no more.
And when it's just a homeowners association, or was it a neighborhood watch?
It was a homeowners
Okay.
association.
Okay, thank you. And were your parents concerned the fact that you were a homeowners association member, or?
No, they were wondering, they called me because I quit being part of the homeowners association because they didn't have the liability insurance and they were paying a gardener. And I sort of have very strong ethics and try to follow the laws and stuff, and I felt that it wasn't a place where I should be.
Okay. Now, did you have any discussions about the case with friends?
I don't believe so, no. No.
How about I know you're a student, right? How about anybody at school?
No, not really. I was with the professors a lot, but when the students were talking, they were more talking about the young lady who was missing the two kids. They had gone to school, she had gone to that college. So there was more hype about her.
Well, usually the school is like an atmosphere where people are debating things and stuff. Did you have any discussions with the professors about the case?
No.
Either whether it was, whether Mr. Zimmerman was guilty or whether he was not guilty or anything like that?
No.
Okay. How about no other students had opinions about the case?
I never discussed it with anyone because I didn't know anything about it. I didn't watch it, so I couldn't make an opinion or talk about anything I don't know.
And you were not interested because I gather you were too busy to get involved?
Yes.
Okay.
At my age, going to school is hard.
Okay. If I were to ask you about the case right now, George Zimmerman, state of Florida versus George Zimmerman, what comes to mind about the case? How would you describe it? If somebody walked into this room right now and asked you, what's this case about? What would you tell them based on what you know?
It was about a gentleman who shot a teenager.
Anything else that you would tell them that's what you would tell them?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I was curious in the way you wrote what you wrote. Not that I'm overanalyzing, but you put self-defense, comma, other not self-defense. In terms of conflicting stories, one self-defense, not self-defense. Meaning, did you mean that from the media, or was that your impressions?
From the media.
Okay, so in other words, one aspect of the media felt it was self-defense, and one aspect felt it was not self-defense.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I felt that there wasn't really enough facts or anything for anyone with this new digital age and everybody getting all this information. People were making assumptions and stating things that they didn't probably know everything about.
I gather you're not a fan of people making assumptions without having some concrete evidence.
Correct,
to support
sir.
it. Okay. Regarding what do you recall in terms of, from the media aspect, when whatever part of the media said self-defense, do you recall any aspect of it, anything to support that assertion?
Just when the rallies were going on,
Okay.
because I was in school down there in the traffic.
Okay. And how about from the standpoint of it not being self-defense? Do you remember anything that supported it based on what you saw on TV about it?
No. I think it was more about, it was, I don't really know. It was just, I didn't understand why people were making these assumptions and stating the things they were stating without knowing all the facts.
And when you say people, are you talking about just people in the community or just the media?
Just that media, just a short time that when I saw it first come up.
And you mentioned the words, I guess, demonstrations here in terms of the traffic being tied up. Anything else in your mind significant about the demonstration? Did you feel they were in favor of Trayvon Martin, or were they in favor of George Zimmerman? What was your take on it?
My take on it was there were a lot of other shootings of kids and stuff in other places, and why weren't they there too?
Okay. Did you feel that the demonstrations were improper or out of line?
I thought that it was just bringing commotion and trying to cause community disruption.
Okay. So you felt that the people that were demonstrating were trying to do that, or?
I don't know because I didn't see him demonstrate. I don't
Okay.
know what they were doing. But-
Why did you say that they were trying to create commotion?
Well, Sanford is a small little community.
Sure.
And I thought that, when you have that many people getting in there, it's going to cause trouble.
Okay. Did you hear of any trouble occurring at all?
The police chief had to resign or something. I don't know if he resigned or he quit or,
But in terms of the demonstrations that were peaceful to your knowledge,
yeah, I didn't hear about anything.
how did you feel about the chief having to resign?
I don't know him. I don't know
Okay.
anything about it.
All right. So you didn't form an impression one way or the other or have an opinion about that?
No, sir.
You didn't feel he was either forced to resign or he resigned voluntarily or why he did it all? You have no, based on your information from the media, no take on that?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Regarding the demonstrations, again, did you feel that those people had a right to exercise their free speech or First Amendment rights?
Yes, I guess.
Okay.
I would imagine so, yes.
Would you hold that against the state of Florida, since we're prosecuting towards Zimmerman and obviously Trayvon Martin was killed in this case? Would you hold that against the state of Florida?
No.
Would you hold that against the defendant, Mr. Zimmerman, because people did demonstrate?
No.
Okay. Do you have any concerns about those people demonstrating? at the
No.
time?
I don't even know who they are.
Okay, okay. Anything else come to mind regarding the case? And what I'm asking is, do you recall on TV seeing any photographs related to the case at all?
I remember seeing photographs of the young gentleman as a young boy and then as an older adult.
Okay. Anything else? Any other photographs that you recall?
No.
How about anything regarding court proceedings, what was happening in court, rulings by the court, there may have been some news article, when I say on TV, I know you don't partake in the newspaper, but anything about a story about judge ruled this way, or this evidence was presented, or whatever related to that at all?
No,
Nothing
sir.
comes to mind?
No.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Let's assume you're sitting as a juror, you're picked, and you listen to the evidence, and you hear a witness say something about the case, such as like, it's not related to this case, there was a blue car involved. And then you recall that you saw something on TV about the car being red. Which one would you rely on in making a decision in this case, if that was a crucial part of this case? What came out in court, or what you recall on TV?
What came out of court?
Okay. Can you agree that if you sat as a juror, that if something popped in your mind about what you remember on the media that was not introduced in the trial or did not come out in court, that you cannot use it in any way to make a decision, that cannot factor in?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Yes. You mentioned you scratched on, I said you scratched, you put a check mark for question number 5 regarding the fact that in terms of being sequestered or how long the trial would take. The court has made a determination today that, and we have estimated that the trial will take anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks. The actual trial, the jury selection process may take another week, we don't know. But when the trial actually starts, we estimate that it may take 2 to 4 weeks to try the case. And based on that, the court has made a determination ruling that the jury will be sequestered during that period. Does that present any kind of hardship by itself?
No, sir.
Okay, you can go on with your life and make, arrange for whatever you need to do to get coverage in terms of your life, that you'll be able to dedicate time to that?
Yes.
Okay, is there any?
Would I have internet access just to submit do my quizzes online, or I can, or?
I don't know that I'm at liberty to do, but I'm sure there may be some arrangements, I don't know. But
That's the
normally
only
you will not
thing.
have internet access in terms of being able to look up stuff, but.
No, I mean, I just have, I have homework, but I'm sure that the college has a policy for that where they know that I have to do my civic duty.
Okay, so any concern you have about that at all?
No.
Anything else you would want to let us know that you think is important to let us know about your feelings about this case that would be important for both sides to know in the court? Nothing comes to mind?
No.
Okay. In terms of the demonstrations, do you recall one side being more responsible than the other for that?
No, because I don't know what the demonstrations were about. I just know that there were demonstrations because there was traffic jams.
And again, nothing else comes to mind regarding George Zimmerman in terms of the facts surrounding the shooting itself, what he was doing at that time, or the shooting, how it occurred, or anything like that? Nothing comes to mind regarding that?
No, sir, I did not watch it.
Okay. Even after the fact, you never followed up?
No, I have way too many more things to do.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you. Afternoon, Madam
Good
Brian.
afternoon, sir.
Just a few questions to further look into the only issue that's relevant for right now, which is what you sort of bring to the courtroom about what you know about the case. That's what we call pretrial publicity, but to you it's probably just everything that you've heard about the case or talked to somebody about the case or saw or read about it, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to try and drill into that a little bit more. And we look at that because one of the questions that you answered no to was that you have not formed an opinion about George Zimmerman's guilt or innocence. And you said no to that, correct?
Correct, I have not.
I want to make sure that as we go through this, you understand that as far as having opinions regarding what you thought happened or why you thought it happened, that's okay. It's not as though you need to walk in here with no thoughts or opinions about the case at all. I just want to talk to you about those so that we can see what they are. And then we'll give you some ideas as to how the court requires that you address those, okay?
Okay.
When you say that you noticed that the initial stories about this case were just conflicting, were they from particular sources that you noticed the conflict?
Just different news channels had different information.
Okay. And there are some that are your go-to stations for news?
I'm a channel surfer. So,
Okay.
it would probably be the first 4 or 5 that are on Bright House.
Okay. And would those be the local news stations, like
Yes, sir.
2, 6, and 9?
Yes, sir.
And do you then sometimes watch the news right through to the national parts of that newscast? So when it goes from NBC, it will go to the evening news?
No, sir.
Mainly it's local?
Mostly I watch Channel 13 News, and then I watch the Weather Channel.
Okay. Have you noticed any particular slant, one way or the other, either for Mrs. Zimmerman or for the prosecution or the Martin family in the media that you've watched?
Have I noticed a slant, like the direction they're trying to take it, or
Sure,
is
the
that
way
what
that
you
they're
mean?
presenting the case.
The
Have
way
you
they're
noticed-
presenting the case?
Yes.
I think when it started, my first impression was when they first started it, that they were trying to make this a racist thing about race, and that was my first impression, so I just changed the channel.
Okay. Well, did you make at least an initial opinion based upon that media coverage about whether or not it was a racial event?
No, I did not,
Why not?
because I am a fact finder. I'm a research buff, so I always have to get all my information together before I ever say anything. So I really don't form opinions unless I know what I'm talking about. I get 500 to 600 emails a day, not about different technologies. I'm a technology IT geek,
Okay.
so the news doesn't mean anything to me.
All right. So though you saw some of that focus of the case in the beginning, it did not assist you or cause you to form any opinions? Is that accurate?
Right. I just moved on. I just didn't even give it. Didn't even give it a second thought because it didn't have any relevance on my life at the time. I was so busy with everything else, so I just didn't pay attention to it. I just would flip through the channels.
Okay. And the reason why I'm asking those questions is I wanted to see if we can talk about and maybe uncover some of those subtle opinions or thoughts that you might have about the case. So as we go through this, it's not as though I ask only for a firm opinion, but almost anything, any nuance of the way you thought the case was being handled or the way it was being presented that may have affected your view of it, okay? You also mentioned, for example, that it was an event where one of the police chiefs involved was removed from office.
I don't know if he was removed, if he resigned or whatever. I just remember they were doing a search for a new police officer.
Did that give you any further insight or concern about the case, how it was handled, or the facts of it?
No, because I didn't know if it was about that or if it was about the other crimes that were going on down there in Sanford or no, so I didn't know what it was about.
And the other fact that you mentioned, or one of the other facts, was that there were some demonstrations in the Sanford area. Give me your insight on what you thought about that.
I just thought when all these people with big names were coming to town, to the little town of Sanford and doing, I just wondered why other people weren't getting any recognition or getting any assistance when other crimes had been committed against them too. I mean, there were other, I didn't understand.
So that there may have been a focus on this crime, but not on others in your thoughts?
Yes.
Did you form any opinion as to why that was happening?
No, because I didn't know.
Okay. Did it give you any thought one way or the other? Did the fact that somebody thought it was big enough to have a demonstration suggest to you that maybe more likely that Mr. Zimmerman, George Zimmerman, is guilty because of that, as opposed to maybe George is not guilty because of that?
No, I thought it was more because of the Casey Anthony case had gone on here, and they wanted to come to Florida and bring their families and go to Disney, maybe. I don't know. I didn't really, I didn't understand it, because I thought maybe they all just flocked into Central Florida because we just had that huge case that went on. I don't know.
So that maybe Central Florida is just the place to make a case bigger than it should be?
Yeah.
And then you get to go to Disney.
Yeah.
Did any of that perspective that you had then change your opinion as to the facts of the case?
No, because I didn't have any facts of the case. I really didn't follow it, and I really didn't care. I don't mean to be insensitive or anything, but I had so much on my plate that I was just involved in other things.
Well, and let's talk about that for a moment, because while we don't want jurors who are hyper-focused on the case and just become just more focused on it than they should be, we also don't want jurors who are so unconnected to the process that they wouldn't give it due care. So if you were selected on the jury and told that you'll be here for 4 weeks or more, in a minute, 2 weeks or more, sorry, I just had it backwards, I apologize, 2 weeks or more, that you'll be able to pay attention for that period of time and to stay focused.
Absolutely.
And
yes.
You also mentioned that should this matter tend for the next couple of weeks or even a touch more, and that you would need to be sequestered during that time. I think you answered Mr. Del Rionda's question that that would not be a hardship. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Tell me a bit more about that and how you would plan on handling that.
Well, the reason I got excused from my jury duty last month was because I took my son to Ohio.
Okay.
So my son is in Ohio for the summer. So I don't have my son to tend to.
Okay.
Which he is 14, he can take care of himself. And my husband works, and then my daughter is 24, she lives on her own. So it would just be my dogs at home.
Okay.
I don't have to worry about them.
And financially, everything would be okay such that you can at least survive being with us for that period of time?
Yes, because I'm a student. I've been humbled by being a student. I learned to be poor.
Okay. And no classes planned at this point for the summer?
I'm in 2 classes right now.
When will they end?
July, the end of July. But I could, always get them done ahead.
Okay, I think you said that you're hopeful that some provisions can be made for you to still handle whatever quizzes you have or other coursework?
Yeah, it's just the submitting of the test. You go online and do a test online, and that's it. The rest of it, all the work is submitted. You do it on your computer, but you submit it. You don't use the internet for any. It's business, math, and publisher.
So should you be chosen to be with us for a few weeks, you would then have a lot of time at night to work on your coursework.
Correct.
And as long as that can be worked out with the court, that you can get that would be okay by you.
Yes, sir.
The state had asked you about particular pieces of evidence that you may have seen or heard about in this case. And I want to ask you to come up with 3 things that stick out in your mind about this case, be they pieces of evidence, and I include in that pictures, videos, sound recordings, anything of that nature.
It'd probably be the picture of him when he was younger, of Trayvon, when he was younger, than the picture of him when he was older.
Can you just describe those photos for me as best you can?
One, he looked like he was like 9 years old. He had short hair, I think. And then one when he was a teenager, older.
Do you remember, can you tell me that second picture a little bit more particularly?
Just that he was turning into a young man, and that his features were different from the other picture, that he was older looking.
Okay.
And the other thing I remember is something about Skittles,
All right.
but I don't know what the Skittles had to do with anything.
Okay. Anything else that comes to mind now that I've asked you to come up with a few things?
A hoodie.
Okay. What about that?
Him having a hoodie on or something.
Okay. Did you know whether or not any particular significance was attended to that you recall?
No.
Do you recall ever seeing any pictures of George Zimmerman?
When it first started, when the first picture of him when it first started, I think I saw. Then every now and then when you flip through the channel, I'll see a picture of him, but I don't know what he's talking about or saying.
Okay. Anything that you paid particular attention to?
No.
And heard any sound recordings or anything like that that you remember hearing about or reading about?
Something about yelling for help, but they didn't. I didn't hear it.
Okay.
I just recall either someone said something about it or something, and I just said I have no idea. I haven't been following it. I don't know what you're talking about.
The primary goal of this part of the process is to make sure that though you know something about the case, that you realize that whatever that information was, we don't consider that evidence.
Right.
Because it hasn't come from the witness stand under oath. It hasn't been presented through the judge who acts as a clearinghouse for evidence, hasn't been presented to you as a juror. You understand that concept?
Yes, I do, sir.
So if you were told by the judge, as you would be, if you're a member of the jury, that whatever you remember outside of the courtroom doesn't count as evidence, would you be able to comply with that?
Yes, sir.
And that you would only listen to what comes from the witness stand or what is presented to you as actual evidence and consider that and that alone?
Yes, sir.
Would you then agree or can you commit to not allowing the memories, accurate or not, that they may be about the case affect your ability to decide the facts within the courtroom.
Yes, sir.
Okay? How would you handle it if some other juror was sitting there in the back with you at the end of the case and said, I never saw that picture of this, whatever that might be, but I remember seeing it beforehand, yet it didn't come into court, and they wanted to talk about it? What would you do?
I would go get a deputy and tell the deputy.
Nicely done. No further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, counsel. If you'll remain seated, counsel, when you're ready, approach. Please be seated, and we're waiting for the court reporter to change paper before I say anything for the record. You ready, Linda? Okay. Juror number N18, that's what you're going to be referred to here. The attorneys are going to have an opportunity to ask you questions about the juror questionnaire you filled out on Monday, or were you're on Monday, right? Yes. And we're going to begin with Mr. De Laurenti.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You've notated on the questionnaire that you filled out, and we're limited at this time to asking you about publicity, media aspect, that you had heard about the case from the news, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you recall whether it was local news, local TV, newspaper, or national news, a combination?
All combination.
Okay. Do you recall when you would have first heard about it, at the beginning, back in February of last year, or more recently?
In the beginning,
Okay. Did you follow up with it from the very beginning?
yes.
Okay. Did you follow up like on a daily basis, or were you mainly just whenever it would come on the news, or
They come on the news,
you kind of just
Yeah.
whenever it would come up, pay
Yeah.
attention to it?
yes.
Okay. Did you do any kind of internet search at all about this case?
No, I don't use internet.
You don't use internet at all, no Facebook or any of that stuff? Okay. You stated also that at some point you had formed an opinion, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that opinion that you formed regarding, the question was, have you formed an opinion as to the defendant's guilt or innocence? You had formed an opinion, what was it?
Guilty.
That he's, what?
Guilty.
That he's guilty, okay. You also stated that even though you had formed an opinion that he was guilty, that you thought you could set it aside and render a verdict based on the evidence, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm going to have some follow-up questions, and so will the defense counsel. Let's talk first about the news. When you heard about the case, do you remember anything about the case you heard? What comes to mind when I say George Zimmerman or the case? What do you remember?
Whatever they said on the news.
Okay. Do you remember any photographs about the case?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember any photographs in particular, what they were of?
When he got hurt.
Okay. Do you remember any kind of recordings? Did you listen to any kind of recordings that they may have played on TV?
Not really.
Okay, all right. And I think, how about the newspaper? Did you read the newspaper at all about the case?
No, I read the Bible.
I'm sorry.
I read the Bible, no
Read the
newspaper.
Bible, okay. You came to an opinion just based on your limited information that you got from the media, that he was guilty? Is that correct?
What they
Okay.
said all the time.
I'm sorry, what?
That's what the news said at the time.
Okay, so that's what the news said at the time, okay. The question is, you understand that that's media, that's the news, that's not evidence,
Right.
okay? Can you agree to keep an open mind and listen to the evidence that comes out of the court and then apply the instructions or the law that the judge gives you and then make a decision?
Yes.
Okay, you understand under the law, you've got to put that, whatever you saw in the media, whatever opinion you came prior to being picked as jury, you've got to set that aside. You believe you can.
Yes.
Okay, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. In other words, you can follow the judge's instructions about the law.
Yeah. I understand the person is innocent until they prove the guilt.
So you understand the presumption of innocence until the state, we prove him guilty. Is that correct? And you can abide by that?
Yes.
Okay. You also mentioned as to the questions about the second page that you did not understand the question. Is that correct?
Well, my English is not very fluent, you know. Can
Is
hear.
Spanish your native tongue?
Excuse me?
Is not, when you say not very fluent?
Right.
Okay.
But sometimes I hear I have to ask it again the question because I have to think in Spanish and transfer to English.
So Spanish is your native tongue?
Yes,
Okay, and so, but you were able to understand the question, you weren't able to completely understand the question?
right.
Okay. The question, let me see if I can explain the question to you as best I can. And I'm not allowed to speak Spanish to that, so I've got to say it in English to make sure. You can understand me in English, correct now?
Yeah,
Okay. The question is, we expect that the trial, after we pick a jury, the trial may last anywhere from 2 to potentially 4 weeks.
that's the
Okay, we
question.
don't- So the estimate is it could be from 2 up to 4 weeks. And also that the jury will be sequestered, meaning that, you come to court, if you're picked as a jury, you listen to the evidence, and at night you will be housed with the other jurors so that you will be no media exposure. You won't be allowed to get on the internet or read the newspaper or watch TV about the case.
Yes.
Do you understand now?
Yeah.
Would that present a hardship to you?
No,
Okay, so we understand people, have things going on in their lives, but the question is, you can set up, arrange so that you can participate in that, is that correct?
yes.
Okay. And the other question was about whether you had anything else that you wanted to bring to the court's attention. You don't have anything else about, okay. So as we sit here, you believe in the presumption of innocence, correct? That he is at this time presumed innocent.
Yes.
Until you hear evidence to prove that he's guilty, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In terms of what you remember from the media, do you remember anything about the case itself, anything going on in the community about the case at all?
Well, I hear
I'm sorry.
the people get upset
Okay.
the way the thing was going,
Right.
the
How did you-
process.
What did you think about that?
Well, how to say? It should be equal for everybody,
Okay, so the process should be equal to everybody, that, and you believe in the right, that people have the right to protest if they feel so inclined?
Right.
Okay. And if I may interject, you speak Spanish, you're not a native of the United States. Were you born here or were you born somewhere else?
I born in Puerto Rico.
Okay. So even though you came to the opinion based on the media that you felt he was guilty, you agree that you can abide by the court's instructions and the law. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had any discussions with any family or friends about the case?
No.
Okay. So you kind of just, you keep to yourself about
Well,
it?
that instruction from the,
Oh, you're right. The court instructed you on Monday. I'm talking about before Monday. Did
No.
you have any discussions, as the case was going along about the case?
no.
Okay. If I were to ask you to tell me just 1 or 2 words, what you remember about the case, what would you tell me? What comes to mind when I say the case, State of Florida versus George Zimmerman? Anything?
Not too much.
Not much? Okay. If I could have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
And you've been able to understand me as we've spoken right now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. West.
Thank you.
My name is Don West. I'm one of the attorneys for Mr. Zimmerman. And do you see him here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Okay, and over here is Mark O'Mara, one of the other attorneys.
I see him on the news too.
Pardon me?
I see him on the news too, the lawyer.
Ah, okay. We'll talk more specifically about what you've seen on the news and any impressions that you have as a result of that. But let me just kind of get to the heart of the matter, if you don't mind. And thank you for being so honest and straightforward in your answers. As you sit here now in this chair as a prospective juror, do you still think that George Zimmerman is guilty?
I believe in God's law, the Ten Commandments.
Uh-huh.
And the Ten Commandments said, don't kill. But like I said before, the person is innocent until they prove he's guilty.
You'll have to explain that to me a little so that I understand. Are you saying that because Mr. Zimmerman killed another person, he's guilty under God's law, regardless of whether he's guilty under man's law?
Both law. God's law and man's law, they go away.
Do you hold the position, as some people do, that murder is murder or killing is killing, and it doesn't matter what the circumstances were?
That's why they're going to have the process to find out why.
Right. If well, do you think that George Zimmerman may have killed Trayvon Martin in self-defense?
He might. I don't be there. I don't know.
But if you believed that he did kill Trayvon Martin in self-defense, would you still think that he's guilty under your own religious beliefs?
Objection is to getting a commitment. It's the ultimate fact.
Can you rephrase your question, please?
I'll try. Thank you, Judge. I started with, do you think that George Zimmerman may have killed Trayvon Martin in self-defense based upon what you've heard in the news?
Yes. That's what I heard on the news.
So do I understand then that what you believe about the case is that George, under man's law, under the laws of the court, that because, based upon what you heard in the news, that George Zimmerman killed Trayvon Martin in self-defense, that he's not guilty?
Objection, again, is the ultimate fact of the question.
I'm going to overrule on that.
Did you understand the question?
Not really.
Yeah.
Ask me again.
Okay. So I lost track. Could we have it read back?
Yes, you may.
Do you know what that means? Instead of me trying to remember what I said, the court reporter will actually read back the question. So just stand by.
So, do I understand then, what you believe about the case is that under man's law, under the laws of the court, that because, based upon what you heard in the news, that George Zimmerman killed Trayvon Martin in self-defense, that he is not guilty?
Yes.
Could we approach, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry for the confusion. Let's start right at the beginning, if you don't mind. As you sit here today, as a possible juror in this case, based upon what you know from the news, do you think that George Zimmerman is guilty?
In accordance with the news, they said he's guilty.
Explain to me a little more what you mean by that.
In the news, they said so.
What is it that they said in the news that's made you think that Mr. Zimmerman is guilty of murder?
The way the case was, what happened that day.
Tell me what sticks out in your mind about what happened that makes you think he's guilty.
The fight that he got with him, he shoot him. If I go out and I shoot somebody, I'll be guilty.
Do you believe that just based upon what has been acknowledged, that George Zimmerman shot Trayvon Martin, that in and of itself makes him guilty of murder?
Yes.
Does it matter what the circumstances were?
That depends. Yeah.
Well, tell me, what circumstances you're thinking of?
In accordance with the law, we're not supposed to do kill nobody. Okay? In that case, I don't know what to tell you.
I'm sorry.
I don't know what answer to you in that case.
Do you understand the basic legal idea or the basic legal principle of self-defense?
Not too much.
Do you believe that someone has the right to defend themselves against the attack of another, even if that means they have to kill someone?
I'm going to object this to questions that will be asked at a later time as opposed to media exposure.
Sustained.
You indicated that you read the Bible
Yes.
a lot. Is that right?
Yes.
As opposed to spending a lot of time listening to the news or reading the newspaper?
Not really, because the time I got to read, I read the Bible, I see Bible studies on DVD, things like that.
Are your views of this case and your opinions about whether Mr. Zimmerman is guilty or not guided by your religious beliefs?
Yes.
Explain that to me if you would.
Your Honor, again, I think it's beyond the scope of this limited publicity proceeding.
Reading the Bible isn't pre-publicity issue, so I'm going to sustain the objection. It's a regular voir dire question.
Your Honor prefers this in the presence of the other jurors?
It's not an issue. It is an issue that would be appropriate for regular voir dire, not the pre-publicity hardship individual voir dire that we're doing at this time.
Have you talked about this case with anyone at church?
No.
Do you have you attended any services or any meetings at church where the case has been discussed in a sermon or in some social setting?
You have to verbally answer, so.
No.
Has the priest said anything to you or to anyone else that you've heard about the case?
No.
Have you talked with any family members or friends about the case?
No.
Have you expressed an opinion about the case to anyone?
No.
Can you give me the specifics about what you've heard in the news or read in the news that makes you believe that George Zimmerman is guilty of murder?
In the news, they talk about the case a lot.
And what has your exposure to that been?
The media, they make the situation more worse.
The media, well, explain that to me. What do you mean?
They give too much news about that. And you're watching television, and then the news came talking about the case.
What is it that's caught your attention about the case that you've heard in the news?
Well, like I told you before, when he got hurt on the head, he was bleeding. They showed the picture in there.
When you saw that picture of him being Mr. Zimmerman, when you saw that picture of him being hurt, what went through your mind?
they have a fight.
Did you see any pictures or hear any reports about any injuries to Trayvon Martin?
Only he get killed. Only he get killed.
Did you form any opinion about who started the fight?
No.
Did you hear anything about what had led up to the fight?
No.
Having seen pictures of George Zimmerman with injuries,
Yes.
did you consider whether he killed Trayvon Martin in self-defense?
Yes.
And what do you think about that?
Well, you had to fight for your life. If I being home and somebody came to attack me, I had to defend myself.
Do you think that's what happened here?
Yes.
Based upon what you've heard in the news, having seen the pictures of George Zimmerman with the injuries, do you think that George Zimmerman was attacked and killed Trayvon Martin in self-defense?
I don't be there, I can say that.
What do you think based upon what you know of the case?
There was a fight. That's what I think, was a fight.
Can you expand on that anymore? What makes you think it was a fight? For example, did you think that George Zimmerman was actually fighting with Trayvon Martin?
Yes.
Based on what?
He's younger. He was younger. Was a teenager. The other part is a grown man already.
Well, do you, based upon that, have you concluded whether or not the death of Trayvon Martin could have been in self-defense?
Yes.
And what do you think? That it was in self-defense?
Yes.
Okay, so the final determination.
Okay, sustained.
This is based solely on what the juror has concluded from his
Is it proper to ask a juror how they, or trying to find out from them how they would reach a decision based upon specific facts of the case? So it's not even proper for regular voir dire, and it's not proper for this individual voir dire. So the
Your Honor,
objection is sustained. Yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry that you're going through this. Can't be much fun sitting there all by yourself in the chair. But do you agree this is an important matter that we're talking about?
No.
Sorry.
No.
You don't think it's important?
Well, it's important. But I got all this week in here from Monday, I get up. My head is running out of balance.
I noticed that you indicate that you're disabled.
Yes.
Is that what you're talking about? Do you have a medical condition that connects, that causes you some discomfort?
Yes, my back, but thinking on this, praying every day for both families, for all the jobs in here, I can sleep. I wake up at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, get on my knees and pray for all this process. To God do what He had to do. It's all this.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand. Did you say that?
I pray every night to the Almighty, to He do what He's supposed to be doing here. Because for me, He knows everything about it. I don't know nothing.
When you say that your head are you saying that it hurts your head?
Out of mind. I get my head out of mind. All what I think is about praying, asking God, give me strength to be here and be with me and check my answers. Because I go through His law. He runs my life and I follow Him. I follow His commandments. That's what I know.
That's the way that you live your life?
Yes, sir.
And is that how you would make decisions and in this case?
Accordance with Him.
Right. Thank you, sir, for your patience and your honesty.
Thank you. If you'll just remain seated for a moment, and counsel, when you're ready, approach. Court will be in recess for 15 minutes. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record in case number 12 CF 1083A, State versus George Zimmerman. Are we ready for our next potential juror?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring them in.
This is B 34, Your Honor.
Please be seated. Good afternoon. You're referred to and will be referred to as juror B34. The attorneys are going to ask you some questions about the questionnaire you filled out on Monday morning. We're going to start with Mr. De La Ronda. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you.
We're obviously limiting this part to just what you filled out in terms of publicity. And you notated in the question in terms of what you knew about the case, just what the news said. So I want to explore that a little bit about it. When you said what the news said, are you talking about the local news or the national news or both?
Every news.
Okay. What you learned about the case, was that from TV or the newspaper?
TV.
Okay. Do you remember what channel it was?
I can say every channel.
Okay, so all the local channels?
Correct.
Okay. And how about national news? Did you watch it on national news too?
I hear something about CNN and stuff like that, but it's not,
Mainly local news?
Yeah, I'm not watching a lot of news, so
Okay. And you didn't read about it in the paper?
I don't read.
You don't read the newspaper? Okay. How about in the internet itself? Did you go on the internet to check on it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you remember what particular sites? Was it like Google or Facebook or?
I can say when you go to Google and you search for any name, they
Right.
go crazy.
Okay, okay. At some point, did you search on George Zimmerman or Trayvon Martin, or you just kind of, as you were searching something else, happened to see it?
No, I can say when I put Trevor Martin or George name, they show, like I said, everything.
All right. When you first heard of, when you became aware of what was going on, was that at the beginning, back in February of last year? Do you remember, was it sometime last year versus recently?
Yeah, last year.
Okay.
But I can't say, exactly the day.
You don't remember when? Okay. Did you keep up with the case after that? Kind of whenever it appeared in the news, you kind of listened to it or watched it?
Not really, but I run on a bike with my wife,
Okay.
and then I saw a lot of stuff around Sanford, and people talking about the case. Yes.
Okay, all right. So you and your wife ride bicycles around
Mhm.
town?
Mhm.
Okay. When you were riding around, you saw people out there talking about the case?
Yeah.
Okay. And are you talking about a group of people, like just demonstrating in some way, or what are you talking about? Just
Yeah,
people talking?
demonstrating some way on the Sanford and the lake around
Okay,
there.
okay. What did you think of that, the fact that they were demonstrating out there?
It's gonna be a big thing.
Okay, so that, in your mind, it was a big case?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you form an opinion about the fact that they were demonstrating? Did you think that was a bad thing or a good thing, or no opinion?
For me, that kind of stuff is, I don't want to say normal. I'm from the island, so it's,
When you say you're from the island, meaning where?
Puerto Rico.
Okay. So it wasn't a big thing to you in terms of the fact that people were exercising their First Amendment right to protest or demonstrate or whatever we want to call that. Is that correct? You didn't attribute that was positive or negative either to Mr. Zimmerman or the Trayvon Martin, either way?
No, on that time, just when I received the jury paper,
Right?
then I said, oh, it's the 10. So we have a family meeting every Thursday, like today. So I bring the paper to my table, and then my 5, teenagers, they said, Papi, that's the 10. I say, okay, the 10. What's going to happen? And then they told me, I say,
Oh,
my
okay.
God.
So you talked to your family at dinner on Thursday, and all your kids started telling you, oh, that's the case.
Yeah, and then you
Okay.
start to search and see what's going on, and then,
Okay, okay. Did they kind of tell you, oh, this is what's been happening in court recently? Did they give you all the latest news about what happened?
They don't look at news. They more on the church stuff, and
Right.
They know nothing about.
Okay, so they just knew that the case was happening on June 10th?
Mhm.
And I know you're answering yes by nodding your head, but this lady needs to have a yes or no answer so she can write it down. No, that's all right. Everybody, we all do it. Everybody does it. We get used to it. So in terms of what you remember about the news about the case, do you remember anything specific about the case?
I remember on the news, the kid walking and somebody followed the kid and the thing happened.
Okay, all right. Do you remember any pictures that you saw on TV about the case?
Yeah, I saw the Mr. George nose and the back.
Okay. And you're talking about Mr. George, you're talking about George Zimmerman?
Correct.
Okay. You remember a photograph of his nose and the back of his head?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Oh, okay, all right. And when you saw that, what came to mind? Did you have an impression about that, or did you think something about the fact that you saw his nose and his back of his head?
I'm pretty sure I think about fight or
Okay, something about a fight?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other pictures that come to mind about the case that you remember seeing?
I'm pretty sure that's a more impressive, the one you
Okay.
stuck on your head.
Sure, okay. You remember anything about what was going on in court? Did you pay attention to like any of the court proceedings, rulings, or anything like that? Is that a no?
No.
Okay, all right. How about, did you hear any, if there were any kind of recordings on the case, any kind of, any types of, audio recordings at all that you listened to? Were there any that you listened to?
I'm gonna say yes.
Okay, do you remember any of them at all?
They have a lot of recorder on YouTube.
I'm sorry,
On YouTube.
okay, so you went on YouTube? or-
Mhm.
Okay. And which do you remember any particular site in YouTube, any particular?
No, you're right. Then the Mr. George name and then
It
everything
pulls up?
brand. Yeah.
Okay. Did you play through all of the ones on YouTube or just a few?
Just to the first 2 minutes, and then I stopped.
Okay. Now, do you remember when you did that? Was that recently or was that like, 6 months ago?
Recently, when I received the paper.
Okay, so you got the subpoena,
Mhm.
and so then did you think, oh, I better learn about the case, or?
Yeah, because what happened is the similar case happened to one of my best friends. I don't want to talk to that detailedly right now.
Okay, I'm sorry, we don't need to ask you about that.
So yeah.
Okay. Was that, without telling me, what was it here locally or was it somewhere else?
No, over there.
Okay. And you saw stuff on YouTube recently, within the last few weeks, or?
I can say yes.
Okay, all right.
Like 3 or 4 weeks.
Okay. Do you remember, besides what you've mentioned about the photograph of Mr. Zimmerman's head, do you remember anything else about the YouTube that comes to mind right now about the case? The places that you saw YouTube, were there?
The YouTube I just saw just the audio, no video like that.
Oh, just the audio?
Mhm.
Okay, all right. Do you remember whether they were favorable, like pro George Zimmerman, or whether they were pro Trayvon Martin, or were they both?
No, neutral.
Neutral?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you understand that's not, do you believe that to be true, everything that came out, or do you believe that's just people's opinions?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's really hard on this time, with the technology and all that kind of
Okay,
crap.
all right. The question is, and I think you answered the question, is you have not formed an opinion this time whether he's, in terms of the guilt or innocence of Mr. Zimmerman, is that correct?
For my belief,
Yes, sir.
nobody can take nobody's life.
Okay. All right. And that's your belief coming into the courtroom, is that correct? Okay. Now, the question is, everybody brings beliefs. The question is whether you can set that aside. In other words, to serve as a juror, people have to bring in beliefs. Everybody's got an opinion.
Mhm.
Some people believe he's guilty. Some people believe he's innocent. Some people don't know. Other people believe, that in terms of murder itself.
It's like I said, it's gonna be really hard for me because I passed through something like this.
And so the question is very simple. Do you think you can keep an open mind, or do you believe you cannot?
No.
Okay. You've already made up your mind?
Mhm.
Is that correct?
Mhm.
And you believe,
Yes.
based on what you read and saw, you believe Mr. Zimmerman is guilty?
I can say yes.
Okay. I'm not trying to say you to say one thing or the other. The question is, you've already made up your mind?
Yes.
Okay. And there's nothing that the court can instruct you that would change your mind in the sense of you just feel. And the only way to answer this is to be honest. That's what you're telling us.
I'm in a really, really bad spot right now.
Okay, all right, okay. Your Honor, may we approach the bench?
I personally to get the original and give to Mr. Deliando so he can see it first, and then I will, because I know that mine is illegible.
For the next one?
Yes.
Okay.
67, right? Maybe they have a better copy. I can't.
67.
If you don't mind, thank you.
Yes, we are.
B67.
Please be seated. Good afternoon, and you are going to be referred to as juror number B67, and the attorneys are going to have an opportunity to ask you questions about the questionnaire that you filled out Monday morning, okay? We're going to begin with Mr. De Laronda.
May it please the court, thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
You filled out the questionnaire, as the judge told you. We're going to ask you some questions about that. My understanding is that you put on here that you had heard on the news, on TV about the case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You remember it was a local station here? You remember what station, what channel?
Oh, no, I don't remember.
Okay. Was it only on TV as opposed to the newspaper?
No, it was on TV.
On TV? And was it about the time that it happened back in February of last year, or was it more recently?
No, it was a long time ago.
Long time ago? What do you remember hearing about the case?
Yeah, I saw some pictures of the reporter talking
Okay.
about the case.
Okay.
That's the first time that I saw the news,
Sure.
because I don't usually watch TV because I'm always busy, so I have no chance to watch TV.
Okay.
So that day my husband was watching TV, so
Okay.
I saw it.
You saw it?
Yeah.
Did you see it after that anymore on TV, the case?
No.
Okay. The photographs that you saw on TV, do you remember what the photographs were of?
Yeah, I remember the photograph of the Jones.
Okay. You're talking about George Zimmerman?
Yes, I saw the picture, and I
What
saw.
picture? What did the picture look like?
No, I just saw a picture of him, and I saw another picture, but I don't remember. It's another guy, and people, the reporters talking about the case.
The picture that you saw of George Zimmerman, the person you pointed to, do you remember what his face looked like, or what was it a face picture, or was it the whole body, or do you remember what it was? And if you don't remember that, that's a good answer too. I'm not trying to get you to guess.
Yeah, I saw what's a picture of
Okay.
him.
You don't remember what it was? It was just his face or his whole body?
Yeah,
Okay.
I guess it was his face.
Okay. Do you remember anything about his face other than it was just his face?
No.
Okay. The other person you saw was the person that person well, actually, you said you've never even heard of Trayvon
Yeah,
Martin. You don't
because-
remember the name. Okay.
That's why I didn't pay much attention. That's why I saw his picture. I saw another picture, but I didn't pay.
Okay, so that's why you put in the questionnaire that you had heard of George Zimmerman, but Trayvon Martin you actually had never heard. But you remember a picture of somebody else, you don't know their name? Is that correct?
That's
Okay,
correct.
all right. You remember what that picture looked up other than that person? Do you remember what the picture was of? The person, do you remember anything particular about the picture?
Yeah, I remember the other picture. Someone that had a cap or something like that.
A cap,
A
ball cap?
pullover.
Okay.
I don't know how to say it. It was a jacket with something with.
Okay, a jacket and you're putting something over your head?
Yeah, something like that.
Like a ball cap or?
Yeah, something like
Okay,
that.
okay. Do you remember what color or anything like that?
No, I didn't pay
Okay,
attention.
all right. Do you remember people talking on TV about the case? When you saw those pictures, were they people talking about the case?
Yeah, they were talking about it.
Do you remember anything right now that they said?
No, they said there's a case in Seminole, something about it, that someone killed, something like that. Something happened in Seminole,
Okay.
and I don't remember exactly what they said because I'm telling you, I didn't pay much attention.
Okay.
They only saw the pictures and they
Right.
were talking about it, but
So
I didn't.
you remember somebody killed somebody and then that's it? You don't remember anything
Yeah.
else? And it was in Seminole? Okay. Is that a yes? I know you're nodding your head, but she needs to have an answer, yes or no.
Oh, yes.
Okay, okay. Now, I think you answered here that you have not formed an opinion as to whether Mr. Zimmerman is guilty or innocent. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you listen to the evidence that happens in the courtroom and make your decision only on the evidence that happens in the courtroom?
I guess to me it's difficult to form an opinion because I think the only person that can judge is God.
Okay.
So, we can hear some people talking about it in some places, but I'm not the kind of person that I pay attention what they say.
So you don't
I
pay
never
attention-
give an opinion because, I'm not interested
Okay.
in talk about the situation because I want to be away from the situation.
Okay, so you didn't discuss it with anybody else?
No,
Is that correct?
it's correct.
Is that all you can recall from the media, from TV, hearing about the case or watching on?
No.
How about when you got the summons to come to court, right? The subpoena or summons, did you start paying attention to the case at all, or anybody talk to you about the case?
No, when I got the letter and I said, oh, what is this? This is my first time that I got something on the mail. What is this for?
Did you get
I put
excited
it
about
away.
getting the letter and having to come to court, participating in this at all?
Never.
Okay, all right. That had never happened before?
My first time.
Okay. And you came, I think on Monday, right?
Yes.
And the court instructed you and everybody else that you couldn't talk about the case to anybody else if you followed the court's admonitions? Is that a yes? Okay, all right. But going back to when you got the subpoena or the summons to come to court, did you talk to anybody, a family member at all about like, oh, what's this about? What case? I wonder what it is at all?
No.
Okay. Did you watch anything about the case recently, talking about, what happened in court or anything like that?
No.
Okay. So really, you don't have any information about the case other than the photographs? How about on the internet? Did you ever go on Facebook or anything like that and hear about the case?
No.
Did you ever go like on YouTube and put in the name George Zimmerman or anything like that? And
No.
okay. So I gather as you sit here today, you have not formed an opinion about whether he's guilty or not. Is that
No.
correct?
Yes,
Okay.
it's correct.
I apologize, I've already asked you this, but at work, did you talk to anybody, or did anybody come approach you and say, oh, you're going to be a juror, let me tell you about the case that's happening in Seminole County?
No.
Nobody talked to you at all at work?
No, sir.
And how about with family? Did you talk to anybody?
No.
Okay.
They don't know. My husband is the only person that I know that I come here because.
Sure, and he's
But
entitled
he
to know.
doesn't know anything about it.
Okay. I'm not talking about after, but once, like 3 weeks ago or a month ago, did you talk to him about, like, I wonder what this is, case, or anything like that?
Oh, no.
Okay. you mentioned without naming where you work, but we have here where you work. Did anybody at work, where you specifically work, did anybody talk to you about the case at all?
No.
Okay.
The only person that I told her that I'm coming for jury is in the office of pain, the office that pay me.
Okay, where you get paid? Okay.
No, I'm not gonna get paid.
No, I'm sorry. The office where you're talking about, where you had to tell them that you were coming here?
Oh yes, that's the only. I show her the letter. I have jury duty, and that's the reason that I'm not coming to work. And she says, it's okay, I understand.
The judge has made this trial, we're picking a jury right now, we don't know how long, a week or more so, we don't know, or a few more days. But at some point when we pick a jury, the trial may last anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks. Okay? And so the question is that going to create a conflict? And you know, we know people have jobs and other stuff, but if you're serving as a juror, the judge is going to sequester the juror, so you'll be all together. Is that going to present a problem for you?
Yes. When I answered the question, I don't really know what the question said because I was trying to get some help because I didn't understand very well. So I didn't get much.
Okay. Right.
So
you understand what I'm asking you now in terms of whether
to be able for the time,
right.
you know, because my daughter, she's at home. I have my son. He's coming from Texas. He's in the Air Force. He's coming to visit me, so he wants to spend some time with the family because he's going to Germany. So that's why I want to spend time with him. I'm taking classes. I'm already enrolled for my classes for term B in Seminole State College. So that's why I had to take classes. And right now, I have to take.
Sure. Okay. Now that we've talked a little bit more about this aspect of it, or this part of the questionnaire, would your answer have been the same, or would you have switched to yes, you have a conflict, or it presents a hardship for you?
Yeah, no, I put no, but I didn't understand very well the question.
So you understand the question now. Your answer would be yes,
No,
then, that you have a hardship?
Yeah, I had a problem now.
Okay. And you realize, you know, other people have conflicts. When you feel your situation that it would present a conflict, a hardship for you?
Yes, it's difficult, yeah.
Okay, I want to approach the bench about this. Judge, we'd ask to approach the bench.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
B is in Papa, 67, Your Honor.
Please be seated. Good afternoon, sir. You are being referred to by your juror number P67. The attorneys are going to have an opportunity to ask you questions about the juror questionnaire you filled out Monday morning, and Mr. De La Ronda is going to start. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
As Judge Nelson indicated, I'm going to refer to you as Mr. or P67, okay? On purpose, we're not putting your name.
That's fine.
You mentioned on here that you had heard that Trayvon Martin was shot by George Zimmerman.
That's what I heard, yes.
Okay. Do you remember, was that on TV or in the newspaper that you found out about it?
Probably more TV.
Okay. And was it in the local news or national news?
No, local news.
Okay. Do you remember what channel it was on?
Channel 2.
Okay.
West News or whatever they call it.
And was it a long time ago that you heard about it, or was it more recently? This happened back in February of last year.
Yeah, a long time when it happens. That's why
That-
all the.
A long time
They
ago?
put it like every an hour or there.
I'm sorry.
They be putting like every day, so there's
Oh,
there's no
okay.
escape for you to. Oh yeah, they're talking about the same thing, you know.
So, it.
And
every
those days
time-
when first I rest.
Okay, and then you would, every time it would come on TV, you would watch it?
Sometimes you actually, you get tired of listening to
Okay.
tell you the truth. So I say, oh man,
Okay.
so.
So, what do you remember about the case? When you saw TV, when you heard about the case, what do you remember about it?
That something happened, that somebody gets shot, and then after those, let's say after what, maybe a month,
Okay.
then I heard people and protesting, and all
People
that
protesting?
stuff.
Okay.
I remember those things, yes.
All right. Let's talk, anything else you remember about the case? From
That's
Washington?
basically that I remember. What I
Okay.
remember.
Now, tell me about when you heard about that Trayvon Martin was shot by George Zimmerman. Do you remember anything about the specifics about how it happened, or other than he got shot? Do you remember like how many times he got shot, or how the shooting occurred?
No, not exactly, not that detailed.
Okay,
no.
no details about it. Do you remember looking at any photographs about the case on TV?
I would say before I received the letter, yeah, there were some pictures somewhere
Sure.
with Mr. Zimmerman.
Okay, you saw pictures of Mr.
Yes,
Zimmerman? Okay.
those are the
Pointing
last-
at him. I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, I saw pictures of him.
Okay,
somewhere.
what do you remember about the pictures you saw of Mr. Zimmerman?
I don't know, they show like the head
Okay,
damage or something.
the back of the head?
Yeah, something like
showing? Okay, anything else about that?
No, that's the only thing I remember because I
Okay.
said, wow.
Did you see any other pictures?
No.
Okay. The protest that you talked about, tell me what you remember about that.
Well, I remember people protesting over how things occur, and
How things were going in terms of?
some people think that was like a racist thing,
I'm sorry,
or
that
like a
was
racist thing, and
Okay.
a lot of people took it the wrong way, or so. I said,
What did you think about those people protesting about the case?
Well, I guess they had the right to protest if they're not happy or satisfied or what's going on in
Sure.
the city or wherever they live, right? So.
So you didn't hold it against those people?
No. I just watch, as I tell you, just basically in the news. That's all.
Okay, all right. So you didn't come to any conclusions? You believe that they had the right to petition or
Yes.
free speech?
That's.
And you mentioned something about racist or racism too. Did I understand that correctly, or did I misunderstand you?
That people were talking about that also.
Okay. What did you think about that aspect of it?
Well, about races.
Yeah, maybe I misunderstood. You said people were protesting something about racism or did I misunderstand you?
Yeah, some people were taking that was like a racist issue or something like that.
You didn't think it was a racist issue?
No, it was
Okay.
more of. It's more like living in the neighborhood and watching each other, something like that.
I'm sorry, somebody in the neighborhood?
It's just like somebody living in the neighborhood, maybe watching each other, and an accident happens. That's
Okay.
all.
So as best you can recall, it was somebody in the neighborhood and somebody watching, and you said incident or accident, did you call it?
Accident, I would say.
Okay, why did you call it an accident? Is that what you heard on TV, or is that your impression?
Well, my impression, I would say.
Okay. How did you come to that impression or to that belief that it was an accident? Or what did you refer to as an accident, is what I'm trying to find out. Why did you use that word?
Well, when that thing occurred, maybe, oh man, something happens, some fatal accident happened, which is the
You
loss.
mean like, you're saying like a shooting is like an accident you're talking about?
Yeah.
Or?
Yes.
Okay. Did you remember anything else about the case? Do you remember anything about like why, as you said, Trayvon Martin was shot, why George Zimmerman shot Trayvon Martin? Do you remember anything in the news about why he did it?
Not exactly, but
Okay. Do you remember anything about Trayvon Martin in terms of on the news, other than he was shot by George Zimmerman?
It's in the news. I remember, faces, mom and daddy,
Mom and dad?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you think there was anything bad about pictures of mom and dad on the news with him?
No.
Okay. Do you remember anything about what happened in court? Like, any news about, like, the judge making a ruling or arguments or anything like that?
No, I don't remember nothing in court.
Okay, all right. Do you remember people talking about the case? And what I mean is not just the news, not just saying shooting happened, but people saying, oh, this is what this means in terms of lawyers or other people commenting about the case.
Well, I did hear something, but I can tell you exactly what I hear. But yeah, I got the knowledge that there's something's going
Sure.
on.
Okay.
That something's happening here.
Right, something happened in our
Yeah,
community.
and this is my first time, so it's a good way to call it.
Sure.
Experience for me.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you remember any of the attorneys talking about the case? Any of the attorneys that are here in the courtroom talking about
From the
case?
news, I remember the main lawyer.
Okay. Do you remember the name of that person? You may not be, well,
I am, but I don't remember
Okay.
the one next to you.
right here.
I
this
don't
one's
remember the
sitting
exact
right
name.
here. Okay. His name is Mark O'Mara, just for the record.
All right.
What do you remember him saying about the case?
Comments or how the case going through or something like that.
Okay. Did that form an opinion, or did you form an opinion as a result of that? Oh, what he's saying must be accurate or not, or what did you think about his comments? Anything about that?
Not really. It's,
Okay.
no.
Now,
I just thought to myself, he's doing his job,
he's what?
He's doing his job.
He's doing his job. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Would you hold that against the state of Florida that I didn't get up there and talk about the case?
I don't really understand that question.
My question is, did you see me on TV talking about the case?
Not that I remember.
Okay.
No.
Would you hold that against the state? If we're prosecuting him, would you hold that against us that we didn't talk about the case on TV? Would you favor Mr. Zimmerman's side because Mr. O'Mara talked about the case on TV?
Oh, no.
Okay. You would not hold it against the state or against
I'm not
Trayvon?
favoring, I'm not going in favor of nobody until
Okay.
see how these things develops.
Okay, all right. My question is, you heard Mr. O'Mara, you heard other people talking about the case.
Yeah, but
Can you agree that that's not evidence in the case? I apologize.
Did you finish giving your answer, your prior answer?
basically, yes.
Okay.
Go ahead and ask.
I apologize. My question is, you heard Mr. O'Mara or other people talking about the case on TV. Do you understand that's not evidence in terms of making your decision?
Or well, I would like to see evidence, real
Okay.
evidence,
Right.
and then after that, of course,
In other words, that what was said on TV.
wherever that was, he was doing his job, and that's it.
Okay. So in other words, you cannot, that stuff that didn't happen in the courtroom where we're all together cannot be factored into making a decision.
Right.
Do you agree with that?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. In other words, whatever media you remember about the
That's
case?
something else. If I see real, what do you call it, all the evidence, all the sides, the two sides talking together, there you go. Then I will give you an opinion.
Okay. So you can wait until you hear witnesses from that witness stand and testify?
Of course.
Is that,
See what
and you
happens,
can
yes.
apply the law the judge will give you? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you saw the picture of the back of Mr. Zimmerman's head, what was your impression about that? What did you think?
No, my first impression was, oh, more about this case. More about this case.
You didn't come to any conclusions that how that happened or anything like that?
Not really, no.
Okay. The judge, part of the questionnaire talked also about the fact that, and we now know in terms of the trial, when we pick a jury, that's what we're doing right now, talking to jurors. Once we get a jury, the trial may take anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks. And so, during the process of you, if you picked as a juror, you sit through the trial, you will be sequestered, meaning you'll be kept apart with other jurors, and that allows, limited contact with family members and all that. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Is that going to present a hardship to you?
No.
Okay. Is there anything else you can think of now that you would want us to know in terms of not being able to serve as a jury? You believe you can serve as...
All I can think and that I would like to,
You would like to what?
I would like, like to get more info, how the process is, how.
You would like to get more information?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like in writing or something, so that way we can get more educated about this, because it's, as I tell you, this is my first time, and I would like to know how this proceeds, all that
Sure.
stuff.
Okay. Have you followed other cases before on TV? Like, there was a case down. Have you followed any recent cases on TV in terms of...
I hear about it, but
Okay.
never into, oh man, I hope that thing happened to me. Well, it's happening now, so.
Okay. So you believe in our system that, in terms of the trial and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, it just be nice, when you receive these letters in the mail, give, some information about the process, That'd be nice.
I understand. So you would wish that the summons had more information about what's going to happen?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they can't tell you ahead of time because they don't know what case you're going to be on.
Okay, all right.
That's
Got
what
it.
we're doing
Got
this
it.
right now. In other words, when you get it, they don't know whether you're going to even be picked. So it's
Right,
just
right.
a
Okay.
report, and then that's
I
what we're
understand
doing.
that.
Do you understand now?
Yes.
Okay. And by law, the deputies can't talk to you about the case either. Does that make sense? They're doing their jobs.
Yeah.
Okay. Because you understand it's important for you to make a decision only on what happens in this courtroom as opposed to what other people tell you.
That's me, yes.
Can you agree with that?
Oh, yeah.
Now, did you ever discuss with your family, any family members, anything about the case at all?
I think they're still on shock. Oh, is this a real case, really?
Okay.
I
I'm
said-
talking. Go ahead, I'm
I did
sorry.
tell them, but yeah, but I don't know if I gonna be picked.
Oh.
They're
okay.
yes or
You're talking about once you got the summons, they started asking like, oh, you're gonna be in court and that kind of stuff. What I'm asking is prior to that, before you got the summons, back when this happened back in February, did you talk to your family? Oh, there's, somebody got killed. Did you talk to them about the case at all? Did you mention you were riding your bicycle, or did you mention in terms of the protest, did you talk to your family about that?
No, that was just me, things that I was watching on TV, that's all.
How about with friends? Did you talk the case with friends, like what's going on about the case or anything like that?
I've been in Florida only like for 4 years. I don't really have a lot of friends.
Okay.
My family is all in Chicago.
Okay.
And the only thing that I comment right after I get the letter to come over here, I reposted some on Facebook.
You
Friends
posted
over there
something on
saying,
Facebook?
what do you think about this that I might get?
I got you.
So-
Okay, so you have a Facebook then?
Yeah, I do. I do
Okay,
have it.
all right. And did you post a Facebook to let your family know that you had gotten a summons to come to court? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
That's how I usually communicate sometimes with my family.
Okay, did you talk at all in that Facebook when you communicated with your family about what case, in other words, that it might be the George Zimmerman case, or just that you got a summons?
No, that I might be in this case. That we don't
Okay,
know.
all right. When you did that, what else do you recall telling your family that I might be in the George Zimmerman case? What else do you recall telling them about it?
I just want to get an opinion, what you think about things going on in here, close to where I live. And
Sure. What, if any, opinions did you tell about the case, or did you tell an opinion about the case?
No,
Okay.
I just tell them that I might, get
Okay,
picked.
all right. Did they respond back to you and say, yeah, that's a good thing, make sure you get on the case, maybe you can, do whatever? Did they tell you like, yeah, that's good, or that's bad, or what did they tell you?
Well, a few of them say, oh man, or one says, what he says? Or one they say also, like he might be racist, and say, okay, whatever is your opinion, But
So somebody
also,
told you who might be a racist?
that it might be a racist issue or something like that.
There might be a racist issue, or that somebody was a racist?
Or racist, something like that.
Okay.
It has to be racist, yes.
Well, what was that, a close friend or a family member that put that on?
No, like just a friend, not so
Okay.
close.
Did you respond to that friend at all when they wrote that down?
No, So I was simply asking for opinion.
Sure. What did you think of that? Did you think that was true or not true, or what did you say?
What do I think? No, that I don't know. I don't know
Okay.
yet.
Okay, so you didn't formulate an
No,
opinion as a result?
not at all. That's why I would like to see, both sides and
Sure.
see evidence
Sure.
and everything.
Do you want to serve on the jury? You're like one of those people that, yeah, that's
I
my
would like
time.
to, since it's my first time, hey, why not?
Okay, okay. And the reason I ask is sometimes people are saying, no, I don't want to serve, and then other people, oh, yeah, this is my opportunity. Are you one of those people that wants to serve?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And what's the reason why you want to serve?
So at least I was involved in something. Call in, and we'll finish. Hey, put it that way. That'll be nice.
Okay, all right. You mentioned you were from Chicago. Is that correct? Are you native of Chicago, or were you born somewhere else?
I was born in Mexico.
Okay.
We
And
moved.
you became
I became a citizen in Chicago.
And is this your opportunity to serve this country? In other words,
Yes.
Is that what it is?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to understand where you were coming from, why you wanted
There
to be
you go. Yeah, you got it.
Is that part of the process why you feel it's important?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Anything else you can remember about the coverage, the media coverage of this case?
No, the only thing is that they play too much. That's all.
That
It's a lot of
it
media.
was too much on TV?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's very hard to find people that they don't know about it because it's
Okay.
always in the news.
Okay. If I could have a moment, Your Honor. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Good.
You've never been called as a juror before, correct? This is your first time?
This is my first time, yes.
Okay. There's a couple times that we might get to talk to you. This time right now is just for us to find out what information you have from the outside that you might bring into the courtroom, okay? So that's why we ask you things like, what TV programs have you listened to, or what newspaper have you read? Only because if we find out what you know, then we can talk to you about it. So my questions are going to be for that purpose, okay?
Okay.
Do you understand that that's part of this process?
Yes.
Okay. There may be another part where we'll talk to you about more information, your background, your experiences, and we'll get to that. You were wondering, I think, about the process, how this works. This might be considered step one.
Okay. That's
Okay.
good to know.
Then there'll be another step. Then maybe you'll be picked as a juror. And if so, that's when the trial begins. Do you understand that?
Thanks for the explanation. Yeah,
That's okay.
these things what I'm looking for.
It sounded like you wanted a little bit of insight.
Yes.
What we do is just make sure at this stage that what you had outside, what you heard before, doesn't get considered by you as evidence. So, as an example, you saw a picture of George Zimmerman's head, right? Back, you said?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember when that when it first happened, like last year, or was that recently?
No, but that was the recently. Yes.
Recently?
The latest. That was the latest picture I saw somewhere. I don't remember where, but I
Okay.
can see some pictures.
Let me give you an example. Let's say that you're picked as a juror, and the evidence comes from the witness stand only. You have to listen to what witnesses have to say, and not to anybody else. Do you understand that?
Okay.
So, and the evidence is going to come from the courtroom as well. The judge is going to instruct you that you are to only listen to the witnesses, right? So only what the witnesses tell you under oath, and that you only ought to consider evidence that she tells you should consider. Understood? You have to answer out loud, though.
Wait, you tell me if I'm only listening to the witnesses?
You, as all the jurors,
Okay.
you'll just have to listen to what the witnesses tell you.
Okay.
So if a witness comes up and says, I swear to tell the truth, and they tell you what happened, then that's their evidence, that's their testimony.
Okay.
Okay? And I know it's new if you've never done it before.
Yeah, that's why
but it's okay. And the judge will explain some to you as well. What I want to make sure is that you only decide this case on what you hear in this courtroom. Can you agree to do that?
Yes.
Okay. So the example I was going to use was this. You've seen this picture of George Zimmerman's head, right? And you have that in your mind? If a judge, let's just say that you don't see that picture here in evidence, if it does not come into this courtroom, okay? Let's say that that's true. It does not come into evidence. The judge will tell you you can only consider what you got in the courtroom, right? Can you then simply not consider that picture that you saw outside the courtroom but did not see inside the courtroom? Can you agree to do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you tell me that only what's going to happen in here,
Correct.
That's what's going to.
Okay. So that's why we want to know what you found outside the courtroom, so we know to tell you, leave all that outside the courtroom. Okay?
Okay, good.
And you can do that?
Oh, yeah.
Any other particular things about this case that you did learn outside the courtroom that you remember now? You said one was the picture of George Zimmerman's head. Anything else? You mentioned, I'll give you an example, you mentioned something about demonstrations. Something to do with the case, probably never going to come into evidence in the courtroom. But
Okay.
tell me, what else?
Pictures of the daddy, pictures of
Pictures of the what?
the daddies,
The father.
the fathers, yes.
Both Trayvon Martin's father and George Zimmerman's father?
Yes.
Okay, what
But
else?
as you say, if you want me, if you want me, everything's had to stay outside.
Correct.
Only what is inside. So yeah.
So, and you would be able to, whatever it is that you may have heard before today,
It's gonna be left outside, right?
you're left outside.
Okay.
And only what you hear, what the judge tells you to listen to. That's what you need to listen to.
No.
And you can do that?
Yes.
When you mentioned you posted on Facebook about getting the summons. I think I heard as to why you did that, but tell me again why you did that.
Hoping to get our opinions, what they're thinking. That's all.
Okay, was this to family members mainly?
Yes.
Okay. And did they give you any opinions as to how you should act if you were on the jury, or what you should do?
No, but probably because none of them being, what I'm going through.
None of them maybe have been on juries either yet.
No.
Okay.
That's probably they don't have an opinion, and none of them, they don't have much opinions in there.
And Mr. Del Rionda asked you regarding this issue that you heard something about that this may have had a racial or racist part to it. Can you tell me what you heard about that?
And again, from the news, and
Sure.
from the people protesting and all that stuff.
Okay, but anything
All the noise that they were making, and
anything in particular besides those generalities?
no, that's why I just been telling you what I heard. And that's
Okay. And let's presume that you heard nothing about any racist motives, any racial overtones from this courtroom. Would you leave that thing that the media said about maybe this is racist? Just leave that outside the courtroom?
Yes, of course.
Okay. And you were also asked why you would want to be a juror. Tell me. So, why would you want to be a juror at all?
I guess it's a service paying back to my adopted country, I would say.
Okay. You know, of course, that
It's part of being a citizenship, the right.
Okay. Any other reason besides that?
I guess because all we deserve something like this if something happened to us, I guess.
Okay. I'm not saying that there should be other reasons. I think that's the best and most noblest. I'm just curious if you had any other reasons or purposes for it. Okay. I might just have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
we've talked about what you've learned from the media, and you've also asked about friends. Do you go to church?
Yes.
Okay. Has this ever been discussed, this case, in your church?
No.
Any sermons about it or any conversations you've had with other parishioners?
I'm a Catholic,
Right.
but I'm not like every. I only go to church like twice a month. You know, I'm not that very close to a church.
Okay. In those times that you do go to church, do you recall any times where it has been discussed or talked about?
Maybe one time I will say when they put a prayer. So
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit more about that if you remember?
basically, it was something very hard when they do the prayers.
Keep the family in prayers, did you say?
Yeah. Very-
Okay. Anything more than that?
No.
From your knowledge of this case, everything that we've now talked about, do you have any belief already that it was Trayvon Martin who did something wrong? When I say Trayvon Martin, he was the person who passed away. You know that name?
All I know that there's somebody got shot. And that's
Okay. Do you have any notion that the person who got shot did anything wrong? As you sit here today.
I don't get that clear. Yeah, that's
Okay.
why I'm.
Do you have any notion or belief that, as you sit here today, that George Zimmerman has done anything wrong?
Same thing, you know, I need to see what happened or any
Okay.
evidence. And
Thank you. Nothing
Listen.
further on.
Thank you. Just stay seated when council's ready. Approach.
G14.
Please be seated. Good afternoon. You are being referred to as juror G14, and the attorneys are going to have an opportunity to ask you questions about the juror questionnaire that you filled out Tuesday morning. And we're going to begin with Mr. De La Ronda.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi.
I'm going to refer to you as ma'am or G14 if I may. We've had an opportunity to read over the questionnaire that you filled out in terms of what knowledge you had, so I'm going to explore that a little bit more if I could.
Okay.
You've got here that Mr. Zimmerman was performing a citizen's watch for a community and saw Mr. Martin walking through the community. It seemed suspicious to him, so he called the police, who told him not to follow Mr. Martin. But he did anyway. The two men got into some type of altercation, and Mr. Martin was shot and killed by Mr. Zimmerman.
Yes.
Okay. That information that you described here in that questionnaire, was that based on TV or newspaper or a combination?
TV,
Okay. And do you recall whether it was local TV or national TV?
local,
Do you recall what channel by chance? What
News
station?
13.
13? Do you recall that information that you described, whether you obtained or back in February when this happened, or right after, or more recently, or in the middle somewhere?
When I obtained that?
Yeah, when you heard this or came to this evidence, when this
It
evidence
was
came?
rather soon after it happened.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it would have been close to the time, if this happened February 26th of
Mhm.
2000, so it was close to that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you keep up with the case after that?
Not on a daily basis, no. I recall hearing things as new news came about. I would hear things, but
And did you read it at all in the newspaper?
no.
Okay. Did you do any searches on internet to learn about the case at all?
No.
Do you, are you involved in Facebook or any of that other stuff?
No.
You don't partake in social
No.
media at all? Okay.
Not really.
All right. Now, so your focus mainly in terms of being exposed to this case was through the TV?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned at the beginning, and then as it came periodically, you would just by glancing on it, or I guess what I'm trying to ask, maybe inartfully, let me rephrase the question. You know, there are people who watch the news on a regular basis almost every night, and they're like, they have to watch the news and they got to keep up, not just this case, anything that's going on.
Right.
And then there's others that just periodically, while they're eating dinner or something, just turn on the TV and see what's on.
Right.
Which of the two, if
Well, and let me say that even though I didn't, I don't search out anything, or I didn't search out anything about this case on the internet, but I have the internet on when I'm at work.
Sure.
And so I would periodically check over onto the News 13 website,
Sure.
and I would see like something new had developed in the case,
gotcha.
or I would, so really, you know, in terms of watching it, watching the news on a nightly basis, no, I don't do that. Just during the day, I kind of switch over,
Sure.
check on the website and see if there's any, you know, breaking news or
Right.
weather alerts or
Sure.
anything like that.
So when you checked when you were at work, it wasn't just on this case, it was just to see what's new and happening in
Right.
town or happening nationally?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Some people have followed this case, others have not. Were you one of those individuals that kind of followed the case to see what was going on in court?
I really didn't.
Okay. That's good, or there's not good or bad answer other than what you did.
Like
I'll
not being up
apologize
with the
for not
news,
doing
but
it. Okay. Did you pay attention to any of the court proceedings themselves? Like, you know, sometimes they televise them live for whatever they did.
the only ones I really recall were the ones here recently, knowing that I was going to be up here on June 10th. The week before or so, there were some about delaying the trial or motions to delay the trial. Those are the only ones I kind of heard.
And that was going to be some of my follow-up questions. Sometimes when people get that summons, they become more attentive because by chance they may be on that, potentially on that jury that is involved.
Right.
Was that what you did, kind of?
No, really, the only thing that I did, I had heard, I think on the radio, that the Seminole County had sent out the summons for this trial, and a week later I got a summons in the mail, and so I went to I don't even know where I searched now,
Sure.
but I just went to check what trials were coming, because they had said that it could be any number of trials.
Sure.
So I just wanted to check and see what trials were coming up on June 10th, but that's all I checked.
Okay. Did you ever go like on YouTube to see what there was about the case at all, or any kind of that stuff? What do you recall, and other than what you've written here, do you recall looking at any photographs through TV in terms of them putting any photographs regarding any aspect of the case?
I remember them, photos of Mr. Zimmerman. There were, I guess, of whether he had been physically hurt. There were
Okay.
pictures of that.
What do you remember? What photos of it? What do you remember about the photos?
I remember them bringing him into the police station and showing pictures of the back of his head and the top of his head. I don't know if those were pictures that were taken of him or pictures that were made in the courthouse, like
Sure.
recordings, or not the courthouse, the police.
Okay.
But that's basically.
All right. Any other pictures that you recall related to the case? Any other aspect of the case?
I remember seeing lots of pictures of Mr. Martin in a hoodie.
Okay. Did you form any opinions or impressions as a result of those photographs, either of Mrs. Zimmerman or Mr. Martin?
You know,
Okay. The photos that you described already, would those have been closer in time to February than as to recently?
In February, yeah.
Do you recall any recent photographs that you may have seen? And I'm not saying that there were, I'm saying, did you see anything recent?
No, the only thing recently I've seen is when during the day I would look over on News 13 and I would see still shots of him being in the courtroom, Mr. Zimmerman in the courtroom.
All right. Do you recall any other aspect of the case that's related to the case, but weren't specifically facts about what happened that day?
That were not facts?
Right, right. In other words, opinions of people talking about the case.
I recall that there was a lot of anger, a lot of people upset about the fact that Mr. Zimmerman was not arrested immediately. Sure. And then it seems to me there were it's just bad that I don't remember, but people who came from out of town and got involved in the case, or got involved in the discussion of the case, not necessarily in the case. But
okay. What did you feel about that? What did you think about that?
It just felt like it wasn't really known what had happened, and to try to create a sense of what really happened when they didn't know what really happened was not really helping the matter.
Did you feel that those people that were from out of town, et cetera, that they were kind of creating some of the problem?
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to put words in. I'm just trying.
Right. I mean, it's not so much creating a problem, but they were creating a discussion that really was kind of not necessarily the discussion that needed to be had.
Do you feel that aspect of it would interfere in any way in you being able to arrive at a decision in this way?
No.
In other words, did you feel those people that were out of town and were having a discussion about that, did you think those people were favorable to Mr. Zimmerman or favorable to Trayvon Martin?
I felt that they were favorable to Mr. Martin.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Would you hold that against the state, since we're prosecuting George Zimmerman and Mr. Martin was killed? And anyway,
no, I would not hold it against the state, no.
Would you hold that against Mr. Zimmerman?
No.
Okay. Anything else that you can remember about the case? Let me prod your mind if I could here. Do you remember any proceedings in court dealing anything, or do you remember any recordings at all about the case at all? Anything? And I'm not saying that there were, but I'm just saying sometimes there's recordings and things.
Well, when you say recordings, it seems like there was I guess Mr. Zimmerman's call to the police, that was on the news.
Right, yeah, you've got that notated here in your
thing.
Do you remember anything about that call itself?
I remember that, according to the news, I want to say according to the news, but it may have actually been on the recording that he was told not to follow the young man.
Now, anything else you can remember about any other recordings at all that arose from the case, if they did? Okay, I'm not saying that they did. I'm just trying to prod your memory as to what you remember. Because sometimes people remember things that really didn't happen,
right?
Or weren't even in the media. That's why I'm asking you. Now, all these things that you remember so far about the media, the question is whether you can disregard that and base your decision only on what happens in the courtroom. Do you feel you can?
I do.
Okay. And in other words, if you were to pick as a juror and you listen to the evidence, and some of the stuff that you've already mentioned wasn't true or did not come out at all, can you disregard that? In other words, obviously it's in your mind, it's in your memory.
Some of the stuff that I've said was not true? Or
if it was, I'm not saying it was or it wasn't true. I'm just
Okay.
saying if it turns out that it was not true, can you agree to disregard that?
Yes.
Okay. In other words, can you base your decision only on the instructions that the court will give you the law and then also whatever witnesses say or whatever evidence is presented.
Yes, I really do believe that I can, because I think, I would not be happy to learn that what I have in my mind is not accurate fact, because that would be that I'm remembering things that have been put in my mind or that I've assumed.
Right. And do you agree that assumptions, do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing?
Assumptions that I have? No.
No, assumptions that anybody has. Do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing?
Assumptions that people have about
Yeah.
a case that,
Right.
no, that's
Okay.
not a good thing.
Okay. In other words, you agree that assumptions should not play a role in you arriving at a verdict, in other words?
No,
You have to
no.
have concrete evidence or facts.
Yes, sir, that's what the trial is for.
Now, in terms of anything else you can remember about the case?
Not right off the top of my
Okay.
head.
All right. You take a break? Wait a second.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. Did you talk to anybody about the case, either at work or family or other friends somewhere else?
Within the past year or so?
Yeah, since
or-
it happened, did you talk to people about the case?
I think that I probably did. I don't recall specific conversations, but I think that, at the time that it happened, it was on all the news and all the radios, and, it was the subject of conversation in terms of what people believed really did happen.
Okay.
I did never have an opinion about it one way or the other, because I heard both sides saying that, it was what Mr. Zimmerman did, and that Mr. Martin was there in the community, and that he was there in the community, and so really, I just knew what I heard.
Right. Now, when people talk to you about the case, did they express their opinions either in favor of what Mr. Zimmerman did or in favor of Mr. Martin's, the fact that he shouldn't have been killed, that kind of stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Did you have both sides represented in these opinions or these discussions?
Honestly, I think that most of the people that I had conversations with about, or just, passing comments about, were kind of like me in that we really didn't take one side or the other. We just were talking about, well, here's what they said happened. Well, here's what also they said happened. And so is saying this,
Sure.
and so is saying that.
Now, some people believe that the media just reports facts or, what happened. And then some people believe that media reports facts, but they kind of interject their spin or their bias. Which do you believe in, that the media sometimes is biased or opinionated or slanted in some way about the way they report things?
Well, I think that some media are. There are, in my opinion, some national media outlets are very biased in their opinion and how they report.
Sure.
The local media, I don't think that everybody is human and has a bias.
Sure.
They all give a report in a tone that whatever they're thinking of it. They may present information that, because it's all edited, so they'll
Sure.
present information in the way that they want it presented. But in terms of the local media, I don't necessarily believe that any of them are intending to
Sure.
present a biased opinion.
And thank you for or explaining your thoughts on that. Did you feel that the media that you saw in this case, in terms of the TV, did you think that was biased one way or the other? Maybe unintentionally, did you think they were favorable more to Trayvon Martin or favorable more to George Zimmerman, or, and maybe at different times they were favorable one side or the other? What's your take on all that, I guess is what I'm trying to ask you.
I don't really feel like I caught any hint of bias. I do feel like at certain times there were more stories about one party or the other when there was, all the people that were upset about his not being arrested. Then there seemed to be a lot of stories about Mr. Martin. And then in the past couple of weeks to 6 months, a lot of it has been about Mr. Zimmerman. So I don't think that the stories themselves or the presentations were slanted as much as it was just more about this or more about that.
As the process evolved in terms of just from the media aspects, in terms of slanting one way or not slanting, at least giving one side and then giving the other, did you feel like you were maybe in a tennis match where you went one way one day and then the other day you would go the other way? Did your impressions kind of go from one side to the other? Were you kind of like a tennis match where you're going like?
It really did, and I think that's why I never formed an opinion about the case, because it's like I would hear one side and go, oh, that's horrible, and then I would hear the other side and go, well, maybe this is what happened. So, yeah, but I don't know that it was necessary. Well, I may be being naive, but I don't feel like I was being led by the stories presented as much as I was just like hearing something that maybe I hadn't heard before.
And by my questions, I didn't mean to imply that it was. No. I'm just trying to get from you whether you felt it was. I'm not trying to imply it one way or the other. Because what's important is what you remember, not what I asked you. So, but anytime you can clarify something by what I'm asking you, please feel free to do so.
Okay.
You mentioned national news, and I apologize if I already asked you that you did not look at the national news on purpose. Is that on purpose, or you just don't?
I don't really follow it that much because it's just.
And when I say national news, I'm talking about this particular case in terms of whether.
Right. No, I did not follow it nationally in this particular case.
Okay. Anything else in terms of related to the case that comes to mind right now? If I were to ask you, George Zimmerman or Trayvon Martin, anything else that comes to mind other than what we've talked already about?
No.
Okay. Your belief is that as the information was, developing in terms of you from the media, you were keeping an open mind throughout, or you were not swayed one way or the other? Even if there were first impressions, even if they were not lasting. Sometimes we see something and then we form an impression, and then the next day we go, oh, okay, hold on, that was the wrong impression. Did any of that occur as the media, as you were being informed of the case or the supposedly facts from the media?
Did I form an opinion?
Yeah,
however fleeting. I don't think anything strong enough to recall, no.
Okay.
Because I just really, I knew it had happened, and like I said, I would see it on the news occasionally. I really didn't stop to listen how it was progressing. I would catch every once in a while that it was progressing.
Sure.
I knew that it was going to trial, but no, I don't think that I don't know that. And I know you say this is nothing wrong, but I don't know that I necessarily gave it that much thought.
Okay. And the reason I ask, and please, when I'm asking, just make sure we don't talk about in terms of where you work, but I can tell where you work based on what you put here, and I can tell by your background in terms of your education, in terms of the field you were at, that you might be interested in terms of what the news. Is that not true, or?
I'm not sure I understand.
Your background in terms of communications, don't tell me anything about where you work. Do you understand? Was your field related to the media itself?
No.
Okay, and I just going on what you put down here, that's why I asked.
No.
Because sometimes people with those degrees are critical of the media, or you don't have any of that.
No.
Okay. We've talked extensively, hopefully, about what you know. Is there any doubt in your mind in terms of whether your perception or consideration of the actual evidence and testimony might be affected by what exposure you've had from the media?
I do not think that there would be, I don't think that there's a perception to be altered one way or the other.
Okay. And The other questions I wanted to ask you related to we're going to pick a jury at some point. Can't tell you exactly when because we're going through the process now, but at some point a jury will be picked. And if you were picked on that jury, then we expect the trial to be anywhere from 2, maybe up to 4 weeks.
Okay.
The jury will be sequestered, which means, that they will be housed together and have limited contact with the outside world on purpose so that there's no influence from, media or that aspect of it.
Okay.
Would that present a problem at all? And I know you already noted no, but I just want to make sure that you're clear about that. Everything is an inconvenience in terms of having
Sure.
to take time off. The question is whether it would be an insurmountable hardship to you.
It would not be an insurmountable hardship, no.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Very much, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. West? You need to change papers? Okay. Okay, we're ready.
We can't start without Linda. I won't be as long, but there are a couple of things that I would like to talk with you about. My name is Don West. I'm one of the attorneys for Mr. Zimmerman, and Mark O'Meara's here to my left. I suppose if you've watched Channel 13, you've seen Mr. O'Meara for sure. Let's talk about that for just a moment.
Okay.
It sounds like that when you get a few minutes or a break in what you're regularly doing at work, you can grab a peek at what's scrolling across the screen.
Yes.
If you are interested in a particular story, can you stop your work and watch it for the rest of the day?
No.
Take a peek and move on to what you were doing?
Right.
Okay. In that sense, would you get bits and pieces of information about this case as about any other case that you know what I'm getting at?
It's really, I have a computer at my desk and I'm doing other things, and on my internet is open to like 3 different things, and so every once in a while I'll click on the tab that is News 13 and I'll just I'll glance at what the headline is. It might be this case that's the headline. It might be a fire that's going, or a traffic accident, or some kind of national news. And
Sure.
if it's of interest to me, or if I have the time, then I'll click on it and maybe read it. I don't watch anything that's like a video. Anything that can be read. But I don't watch any of the video that's there. And usually I'm like checking on the weather or something, but I'm really, I'm there to work, so.
Do you work daytime hours?
I do.
Do you have an opportunity to see any of the court proceedings in the last few weeks?
I've seen them on the TVs, or on, like I said, on that front page of the internet, but not necessarily, I've not watched them on the news. I've not seen them. I've not read the newspaper or anything like that.
Are you aware of any case-related issues that are currently being considered by the court as a result of watching TV in the last 2 or 3 weeks?
Of this case, the
Right.
last that I heard, because we've been instructed not to listen to
Of course.
anything, was the motions before the trial started asking for a delay in the trial.
Okay.
That's the last I recall.
All right, that's the last issue related to the case that you remember being part of a court proceeding?
It seems like there were 2 of them, but that's the only one I recall.
Sure.
That there were 2 issues before two motions, but that was the only one I recall.
You mentioned, I think, and that's why I was following up, that you may have seen some pictures from the courtroom, maybe even still pictures, in the last 2 or 3 weeks. And I wondered if you knew what that was in connection with, if anything.
No, again, that was when I would flip over to the tab and I would see just a little picture on the front of the website, and you know, it would say, I know it would say, well, like what the why you were in court, but I don't recall what any of them said.
There was a comment made that I wanted just some clarification on about an issue that you became aware of, at least in the media, was that Mr. Zimmerman was not arrested right away. Were you following that issue as it was unfolding?
As it was unfolding, I just recall that that was an issue. In thinking back on it now, I didn't realize that he hadn't been. I mean, I did know that he wasn't arrested that night, and then that there were people upset. Who exactly, I don't recall, was upset, but I remember that there was, in the city of Sanford, quite an uproar about him not being arrested that night. And then subsequently he was arrested. That's really all I recall.
Yes, exactly right. And as a result of some people being upset because there had been a delay, did that affect your view of the case or any of the participants in the case?
No.
Do you hold anyone at fault for there being a delay, or that in fact he was later arrested?
No, I guess I just assumed that there was a reason that he wasn't, and I don't recall really. You know, I heard about the shooting, and then I heard about the unrest, and then I think the police captain resigned or was fired or something. Now, whether he was arrested before then or after, I don't recall.
Did you draw any inference or form any opinion about the quality of the investigation as a result of some of these events in the news?
No.
Is there anything from that sequence of events as they unfolded, the event, a delay in the arrest, some community response, and then ultimately being an arrest that, of course, eventually leads us here, in any way, in your mind, might impact on Mr. Zimmerman's presumption of innocence?
No.
Have you in any way formed an opinion, and I don't mean one necessarily that you hold firmly, but just an opinion based upon what you've been exposed to in the media about his guilt or innocence?
My opinion, because I've thought about this the last couple of days, there seems to have been an admission that he did shoot Mr. Martin. Why he shot him and what exactly happened, I really can't form an opinion about. I just don't. You know, there's been two sides presented as to what actually happened, and I don't honestly know.
You haven't picked a side?
I have not, because I don't know.
Do you think that you would be able to well, the term is set aside. That doesn't help a whole lot, or disregard. But the idea is whether you've been impressed by any of the information from one side or another that would make it more difficult for you to base your decision as a juror only on what you hear in the courtroom.
I do not think that I have, I know that I do not have an opinion one way or the other that I would have to set aside.
Okay.
Because I really, honestly, it's a terrible situation that is bad for both parties.
I promise I'm just about done, but on that aspect, what caught my attention on the questionnaire, as you were asked, in a sense, to summarize the events. And I don't know whether, when you summarized on the questionnaire, whether you were summarizing really what you had heard as much as what you believe happened. You follow the distinction I'm making?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what caught my attention is that you indicate that the police told Mr. Zimmerman not to follow Mr. Martin, but he did anyway. Is that something that you heard? Is that something that you believe? Is that something that you are sure is what the evidence is in the case?
I am not sure that that's what the evidence is. I feel like that's what I heard. In terms of belief, I don't know, it's not like a faith, but I believe that's what I heard.
Okay.
So.
Now, I'm not going to argue with that. You probably did hear that.
Okay.
No one's challenging that sort of thing has been said. The question is, though, how would that have affected you as you sit here, possibly in judgment to Mr. Zimmerman? Do you think that's in fact what happened?
I honestly don't know. I mean, that's what I'm saying, is that that's what I believe that I heard, that he was asked, that he called in to the police, I believe, and said that he saw this young man and felt it was suspicious. And then what I thought I heard was that he was asked not to follow him, that the police, I guess, were coming.
Okay, fair enough. Then you also say here, though, but he did anyway.
Yes, that's what I heard, that he did anyway.
Correct. So have you been sort of struck by that? Has that in any way shaped your view of the case so that, and here's the rest of the question, if the evidence were different in the courtroom, that you would have this lingering problem, hey, I heard that he was asked not to follow him and he did anyway, if the evidence was in fact not supportive?
If the evidence was not in support of that, no, I would not hold to that. I don't desire to hold to anything that is not accurate. I understand that I could have heard things, because I don't honestly recall where I heard or how I heard. It could have been somebody telling me that. It could have been something on the news. It could have just not be true, but I don't want to believe, I don't want to hold false thoughts in my head. So no, I don't believe that, when evidence is presented to me and clearly that did not happen, for instance, I don't know if it did or not now, but if that did not happen, then no, I would not hold to that.
Yes, I get it. Thank you. One minute, please. If I understand what you're saying, you're not sure that you necessarily heard it the way I described it. But, and if, well, I'm not helping a bit here. You think you heard in the media that George Zimmerman was told not to follow Mr. Martin, and he did anyway.
Correct.
Is it possible, perhaps, assuming that you did in fact hear it that way, that the media might have gotten it wrong?
I suppose. Again, I don't actually recall where I heard that. I mean, I would assume that, well...
Are you assuming that to be a fact in the case? That that's what happened, that Mr. Zimmerman...
I'm not assuming that to be a fact as much as I'm assuming that's what I heard. That's what my recollection
absolutely.
is. Absolutely.
And that's why this is so challenging to sort out not just what you've heard, but how that may have affected you,
Mhm.
and then whether it's had any effect that you can't help but bring into the courtroom.
Sure.
with you. And are you comfortable, and can you assure us that the decision you would make in this case would in fact be limited to the evidence and the law that you hear in this court?
I do feel comfortable in that, because
Great.
I don't, I honestly have not followed it close enough to know, and it's been long enough ago that I don't actually recall. I just like know what's in my head, and where that came from, now I'm starting to wonder. So I would definitely, you know, whoever is on the jury hopefully will understand that what is being said is what is
That's what they
pertinent.
should, and the only
Yes.
thing they should consider. Sure, that's exactly
right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you'll still remain seated, and when the attorneys are ready, please approach. Thank you. Am I doing that again? No.
Not only the list, but the order in which we will go through them? Yes. Thank you.
Does that include the three that were from?
Yeah, the one that.
Yeah.
Your Honor, you ready for B65?
I am.
Mr. President.
Please be seated. Good afternoon, and we're still referring to you as juror B65. The court had gotten an indication yesterday, or a note that you were you wanted to talk more about a hardship that may be created due to your job situation if you were selected for this jury. So as to that issue only, the attorneys are going to ask you some questions, okay?
Okay.
All right. Mr. De La Renda.
I'm sorry, the court would just inquire with the new
Okay.
timeline.
I have no problem doing that.
Yeah, with the new timeline, if that was going to change the hardship.
The attorneys have agreed that they think that the start of the trial, that would be after the jury is selected, and then once the trial begins until it ends, that should be between 2 to 4 weeks. That's an approximation. And the court has decided that the jury will be sequestered during that period of time. Knowing that that's the time of the trial and that the sequestration, do you still believe that you have the hardship that you thought you had prior?
2 to 4 weeks. Yes, ma'am. My job only pays 40 hours.
Your job only pays what?
40 hours for me to be here.
Oh, I see. For you to be on the jury.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
After that, they no longer pays me.
And you have no other means of supporting yourself and your family if that were to you were not to get paid.
Yeah, other than the $30 you guys paid me.
Okay.
Oh, I have child support, but that's not enough
Okay.
to live off of.
Do the attorneys have any questions they want to ask based upon these answers?
I'll just ask the approach the bench if we could.
Yeah,
for
sit tight for
clarification.
just one. Okay. Okay, TV sheet. Thank you very much. If you'll follow Deputy Debs. Okay. Court will be in recess until 9 a.m. Council will meet